Good morning, everybody. Beautiful. We are out of recess. I call the Senate to order and recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. President. It's been a busy morning today.
This one I remember. I move the Senate adjourn from the late session.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will please be attentive to our chaplain, Father Francis McCarty. Good morning, sir.
Let us pray. Good and gracious God, giver of all good gifts, we give you many thanks for the blessings that you have bestowed upon us. As these, your members of the New Hampshire State Senate, gather to deliberate legislation, may they always work together for the common good and do their best to provide for the needs of their communities and for our state. May you continue to bless the great people of the state of New Hampshire and to bless our United States of America. We ask all of this in your name. Amen. Amen.
Senator Carson, would you mind if we recognize Congressman Hoekstra? Where are you? Where is he?
I'm up in the dark gallery.
Congressman Hoekstra, a former colleague of mine, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir?
It'd be an honor. Please join me.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Senator Carson. Introduction of guests. And I think we'll start first by introducing our third presidential candidate, Mr. Johnson. Step right up. The forum is yours. Good morning.
Good morning. What a glorious day. I am Perry Johnson, and I am running for President of the United States. And I have one central theme, and I'm laser focused on that theme, and it is the economy. Many of you may have received my books. I don't know if you have. I'm sure that you haven't had a chance to read it all yet, but there's one very simple theme. I am going to shrink the government, and I think the government spends too much money. And what we're going to do is cut 2 cents out of every dollar of discretionary spending. We will freeze the budget, and instead of increasing it every year, we reduce it by 2 cents on the dollar every year. Now, I know that it's very hard to vote for anyone without knowing something about them. And I might as well tell you a little bit about myself. I love this country with my heart and soul. And by the way, I love New Hampshire too. It is a joy to be here. My dad was a pilot in World War II, and my mother was a nurse in the Army WACs. They met at a New Year's Eve party, which was probably the biggest break of my life, or I wouldn't be here today. But from the beginning of time, they told me that the greatest gift you can be given is to have two loving parents and to be born an American. Because in America, anything is possible. And I believe that with my heart and soul. I had a wonderful childhood. Had a paper route when I was a kid. My parents didn't have a whole lot of money. In fact, they did not have the money to send me to school, but I worked in the steel mill, and I got through college. Undergraduate school was fine, but in grad school, I was getting eviction notices on pretty much a regular basis. As a matter of fact, I lived on sub sandwiches, and there were times I did not think I was going to be in an apartment the following week. But I got through it. And in the 1980s, I landed a job in the auto industry with Borg Warner. That was at a time when the auto industry was in serious trouble. Japan had come in with tremendous quality. I don't know whether anyone remembers that, but they were stealing our market share because they had better cars and they could make them for less money. And at that time, I thought I could solve the problem. I knew what to do, or at least I thought I did. And you know, in America, because we always believe in the American dream, when you have an idea, you run with it. Well, I started my first company in 1983. I left Borg Warner. Back then, in the auto industry, we used to have teams of people at the end of the line that would inspect the product. And if it wasn't any good, they would rework it or throw it out. Well, I knew that wasn't going to work because we had all the labor that went in and we were never going to get any better. But I thought I knew how to solve the problem. And what I did was I introduced statistical methods. And I started in the beginning of the process. And I ironed out variation. And little by little, we improved the process. I gave the line personnel a tool to use so they could monitor variation. And they made the control charts themselves. They learned it all. And in 4 or 5 years, we had the best quality in the world. And as a matter of fact, we had the best quality in the world, and we're making cars and products for 25 to 30% less money. I said to myself, why not quality as a way of life? And I wrote a book on ISO 9000, the quality standard. And it took off like hotcakes. And today, Perry Johnson registrars and Perry Johnson laboratory accreditation do business in 61 countries around the world. I live the American dream, and I want to keep the American dream alive for my kids, for my grandkids, that I'll have one day. I have my oldest son here, Perry. He goes to Michigan State. He just finished his first year, excited, and we live in a great country, and I want to keep it the greatest country in the world because I want to keep that American dream alive for everyone. And frankly, we spend too much money, and that is killing us. The economy is the key to success of every single country, always has been. And if you ever take a look at the demise of a country, it's always been because of the economy. You can go back to Rome. They ruled for 1,000 years, and why did they go under? They went under because they could not pay their troops. Russia, the USSR, it was toppled. Why? They couldn't keep up with the arms race. And the wall was toppled. Right now, we're in disastrous shape. We're in a situation where the government, for the first time in history, is spending more in interest payments than they are on national defense. We are now $32 trillion in debt. And you know what? We were only a few $1 trillion in debt in the year 2000. And in a period of literally, 23 years, we've gone from a few trillion to 32 trillion, and now we have a proposal in there where we're going to be $50 trillion in debt. It's absurd. Now, the government is spending your money. Now, I admit that I am Yankee frugal, and I have 80 companies around the world. None of my companies have any debt. I don't have any personal debt. None of my companies have ever gone bankrupt. I watch the dollar. We spend too much money. And it's both the Democrats and the Republicans. I can't blame it on any one group. Let's face it, when Trump took office in 1999, when Trump took office in 2016, we were $19.9 trillion in debt. And then 4 years later, we were $8 trillion more in debt. And now we've gone from 20 trillion to 32 trillion in 6 years. It's a serious problem. And it's a very, very serious problem that we all have to address. Now, the way they work in government is they want to spend every penny in their budget every year. In fact, they start in April making sure that every single penny is spent. And if they don't spend all the money, they're upset because they won't get more money the next year. We have to change the way it's done. And it can be done. I've spent my entire life bringing quality and efficiency to companies. That's all I've done for 35 years. And I want to bring quality and efficiency to the federal government. And that is the basic theme on which I'm running. Now, I know We spend too much money on Medicare, too much money, the cost of medicine is through the roof, too much money on tuition. We spend too much money in so many areas. They audited the federal government, for example, the Pentagon. The Pentagon has a budget of $700 billion. They could not account for $220 billion. $220 billion, they don't know where it went. Take a look at medicine. Do you know when I first started insuring people, the overall cost was $18 a month with a $100 deductible, and now the total cost for that same person is $533. And in my book, I explain what went on. Right now, we need transparency. We need to know what people are being paid for a given procedure. You can have the same procedure done at Panoma Hospital, for example, in a brain scan, and it's literally $6,700. A different insurer will pay $1,100, and if you pay cash, it's $450. And we need competition across state lines. We need to solve the problem. I know what to do. I wrote a book on how to solve the problem. The reason I can write the book and the reason I'm the only candidate that's done it is this is what I've been doing all my life. And I want to bring it to the federal government. We have the greatest country the world has ever known. And we operate on a principle. Let's go back. I look at history and I look at these great walls, and I went over there to see what is, I guess, the oldest building house in the entire country. And what do I have as history? In the 1600s, we came over here, a handful of people because they wanted religious freedom. 250 years ago, we had a dream to have the greatest country that was by the people, for the people. Why? Because we believed in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To do this and to get this dream, we had to do the impossible. We had to fight the most powerful army in the history of the world. We did it with untrained people. We weren't even allowed guns. We had to sneak in our muskets, and we had a fledgling general by the name of George Washington. And you know what? We did the impossible. We overcame all of that. And we became the most amazing country in the history of the entire world. And I want to keep that dream alive. I say we keep the American dream alive, and let's get to the basics. Let's become Yankee frugal again in the federal government. And I say we need to have the basic freedoms that we have. Remember, Patrick Henry said, "Give me liberty or give me death." And it is that basic freedom that we want to keep alive. I say, live free or die. Remember those license plates, and let's keep America the greatest country in the world. God bless New Hampshire, and God bless the United States of America.
So, Mr. Johnson, all of the other presidential candidates that have addressed the New Hampshire Senate thus far have signed our first-in-the-nation license plate, and we'd be very honored if you do the same. There you go. Now, I have something for you. I forgot it. It's coming down the stairs. It's my Welcome to New Hampshire White Mountain calendar. We know you'll be spending a lot of time here, so it's like your homework assignment. And I have one for Congressman Hoekstra, too.
Okay, great. I want you to know that Pete has been with me on the campaign. We've become friends, and he is the last group to ever balance the federal budget. 1998.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Come on up. And everybody gets a copy of my book. If you don't have a copy, let me know, because I want everyone to have a copy. 2 cents to save America. I have a plan. I want you to read the plan.
Great to see you.
Great to see you. And here we go. Jerry? Thank you very much. Okay, further introduction of guests. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like the body to welcome Director General Jonathan Sun and Wellington Shi from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Boston.
Further introduction of guests. Okay, seeing none, then I recognize Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate suspend all rules necessary to permit consideration of Senate Resolution 9 at the present time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted by the necessary two-thirds. I recognize Senator Waters again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move introduction of Senate Rule 9 and offer a motion of ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously, and the resolution is adopted. And maybe we could present it to you. Do we have the copy of it? Well, we will get the copy of the resolution, but I apologize. It's a little disorganized this morning. Thank you very much. You want to say a couple of quick words?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. President, distinguished members of the New Hampshire Senate. My name is Jonathan Sung. I'm the Director General of Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Boston, whereas the de facto Consulate General of Taiwan in New England. It's a great honor for me to be here to witness the passing of the Resolution 9 in support of Taiwan-Vermont relations as well as Taiwan-United States relationship. We're a young democracy. We are full-fledged democracy, and we appreciate very much for your support. I always like the motto of the spirit of New Hampshire, which is live free or die. That's exactly what our people and the government have been trying to do, because we are facing the military and the economic coercion from the other side of the Taiwan Strait. We need as much support as we can, and we will do our utmost to maintain peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. And thank you so much for your long-standing support, and anything we can do to facilitate the relationship between Taiwan and New Hampshire, we're willing to do that. And please feel free to reach out to our office. And thank you again for Mr. President, as well as Senator Waters, and every one of you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Without objection, the following bill is special ordered to the beginning of the calendar in the Committee on Health and Human Services, House Bill 500, and further without objection, House Bill 1639 will be special ordered to right after our lunch break. House Bill 639 is from the Committee on Judiciary. Without objection, today's fiscal note report is adopted. Senator Carson moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 4.5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Now we'll move to the special ordered bill, and the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 500, an act relative to prescribing opiates via telehealth medicine. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 500 ought to pass with amendment. This bill modifies the procedure for physicians, physicians' assistants, and APRNs to prescribe certain non-opioid and opioid-controlled drugs by means of telemedicine. This would allow opioids and non-opioid medications to be prescribed via telehealth appointment. Telehealth prescription was allowed as part of an emergency measure during the COVID-19 pandemic and was extremely successful. It made it easier for people to access life-preserving medication by easing the burden of travel for rural patients, low-income patients, those with disabilities, and working parents on a tight schedule. Telehealth prescriptions do not increase the danger of opioid abuse, as many checks and balances remain in place. As an extra precaution, HB 500 requires that patients meet in person with their doctor at least once a year. This will ensure that the medical professionals are able to properly assess the impacts of their prescriptions and ensure that all safety controls are being followed. I will say we have the committee amendment, but I'm asking you to vote down the committee amendment. I have gotten some confirmation that HIPAA rules do apply and there is consent required. So please vote down the committee amendment and get this House Bill 500 through, because today is the end of the national public state of emergency, and this needs to be done today so these individuals who are being covered by telehealth can go smoothly through telehealth. So for those reasons, a majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on a motion of ought to pass without amendment on House Bill 500. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion of the committee amendment? The question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. No. Everybody's listening carefully this morning. That's a good thing. The noes have it, and the committee amendment fails. The bill is on second reading, open for further discussion. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I rise in support of the ought to pass motion on House Bill 500. When I came to Concord, it was a priority of mine and remains a priority of mine to improve access to health care for granted staters. House Bill 500 is critical to providing and to improving access to health care. Just 4 years ago, I would have never imagined that I would be using FaceTime on my phone or a Zoom account to talk to a healthcare provider. But now, this is part of what we do. 4 years ago, I would just get in my car. I'd make an appointment, I'd get in my car, I'd drive to my doctor's office, I'd sit in the waiting room with friends and neighbors in my community, I'd be seen, and then I would go home. Okay. For many granted staters, they don't have that same ability. They're without vehicles, so they lack transportation. They're immunocompromised, so just the mere presence of being in a physician or a nurse practitioner's waiting room is a challenge for them. They're working the type of schedule where they can't get out during normal business hours, or they might be a teenager in school who has an appointment and their parents either can't get there to get them and transport them to their appointment because they're at work. So all of these things combined have really showed us that in order for prescription renewals, for check-ins, I call it check-ins and checkups, that HB 500 allows for this to continue. And one of the key pieces, as my colleague from District 19 stated, is around the teleprescribing. And with the rolling back of the public health, the national public health emergency, we've been on this deadline and we are literally at the last hour, but we're going to get this done today. House Bill 500 does put, as my colleague stated, guardrails in place, an established relationship with the healthcare provider. At least an annual in-person visit, and it also, if that provider thinks that they need to see that patient, they can make that call to bring them in. It took a pandemic to show us how this could actually work, and we have essentially, and we are today, shifting the healthcare paradigm as we know it. I often like to quote from Dr. Roger Awesome. He is the Executive Director of West Central Behavioral Services, and we all know that we have a mental health crisis in this state. And this is one piece of the overall access to our healthcare system. And this was during the pandemic, and I've saved this. Dr. Awesome wrote in an op-ed in the Valley News, telehealth has offered patients the capacity to participate in services they may not have otherwise been able to access. This can include older adults, people with mobility issues, those who are housebound due to family needs, those who have a lack of reliable or cost-efficient means of transportation. For them, telehealth has proven to be not just a convenience, but a welcome necessity. Continuation of this service is essential, and again, as I said, with the end of the public health emergency, it is imperative for us to act, and we are acting, and we are going to meet this deadline and continue to remove this barrier and improve access to health care. I appreciate Dr. Awesome's comments because it reminds us of all of the same conditions that I had stated, and one specific, this addresses all areas of healthcare, but I think importantly, we've talked in this body, as long as I've been here, about the mental health crisis in our state, and there are people who actually started seeing mental health care providers because they were more comfortable starting to see them from their home and now have established relationships that they wouldn't have had before. So quite simply, this is good. I want to acknowledge the work of my colleagues here in the Senate, in the Health and Human Services Committee, as well as in the House, in getting this job done. So, Mr. President, thank you very much. I hope you'll all be joining me in our ought to pass motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Prentice. The question is on adoption of the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 500. Are we ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and House Bill 500 is ordered to third reading. I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 500, having been ordered to a third reading, be by this resolution read a third time. All titles be the same as adopted and be ordered by the Senate to be passed at the present time in the early session.
Are we ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. We'll now turn to the Committee on Commerce. And I'd be Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a request of you that we allow the gentlemen in the chamber to remove their suit jackets. It is going to be very warm today, and we want to make sure everybody tries to be as cool as they possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson. And I'd be remiss, and all of us would be remiss, if we didn't welcome back Senator Avard, who had health issues, and Senator Gannon, who had health issues. We really appreciate seeing all 24 people today. It's a great day. All right. Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 42FN, an act relative to the operation of certain homeowners associations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Susi for the committee.
Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 42FN ought to pass. This bill would modify RSA 292 by raising the threshold to a 2/3 majority when voting on bylaws and articles of incorporation if one owner has acquired more than 50% of units in a homeowners association. In addition, if approval from a planning board was required to establish a homeowners association, then any vote to dissolve it would also require planning board approval. The majority of the committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 42FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 42. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. And House Bill 42 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 210, an act relative to fire insurance contracts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 210 ought to pass. At the request of the New Hampshire Insurance Department, this bill would remove redundant and antiquated language from the fire insurance statute, RSA 407, that is already covered in other statutes. The majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 210. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 210. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 210 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 249, an act establishing a regulatory standards for the pet insurance industry and allowing restaurant owners to keep their dog on the premises. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Chandley for the committee.
Senator Chandley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 249 ought to pass. At the request of the New Hampshire Insurance Department, this bill would establish a consumer protection and regulatory framework for pet insurance. This bill is based on a model law developed by the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. This bill would provide the industry with flexibility to develop products that are innovative, diverse, and attentive to the needs of consumers. The bill also allows restaurant owners to bring their companion dogs into the facilities, though the companion dog would be prohibited from being in the food preparation area or in areas where there are service animals. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the majority of the body join the majority of the Commerce Committee in voting this ought to pass.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 249. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. And House Bill 249 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 261, an act authorizing residential tenants to terminate their lease in instances of domestic violence or following a disabling illness or accident. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is re-referred to committee by a vote of 4-0. Senator Chandley for the committee.
Senator Chandley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 261 to be re-referred to committee. This bill would have permitted residential tenants to terminate their leases in instances of domestic violence or following a disabling illness or accident. Given the complexities of this matter and the issues raised at the public hearing, the committee felt additional time was needed to reach consensus. For example, there was concern that there may be inconsistencies between this bill and the robust federal protections provided by the Violence Against Women Act. The majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of re-referring to committee the House Bill 261. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. The motion is re-refer to committee. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of re-refer to committee on House Bill 261. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 479, an act relative to administrative hearings, automation of electronic notices to insurance licensees and insurance producer activities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 479 ought to pass. At the request of the New Hampshire Insurance Department, this bill would change the time frame for scheduling administrative hearings, which are requested by licensees, to 60 days. The bill would also clarify that billing notices can be sent electronically to licensees, and it clarifies that an individual could have their license revoked or suspended if they engaged in dishonest business practices. The majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 479. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 479. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 479 is ordered to third reading. And now, with further ado, Senator Prentice is recognized for an introduction of guests.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. It's my honor to have the opportunity to welcome the fourth graders from the Bernice Ray School in Hanover, New Hampshire. Welcome.
Thank you, fourth graders. Please enjoy your time here today. Moving to the Committee on Education, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 129 FNL, an act relative to menstrual hygiene products in schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-1. Senator Gendrew for the committee.
Senator Gendrew.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 129 inexpedient to legislate. House Bill 129 would modify the placement and provision of menstrual hygiene products in the state's public schools. The legislation would amend RSA 189:16A to remove language mandating the provision of menstrual hygiene products in gender-neutral and women's bathrooms, and would strike language specifically mandating menstrual hygiene products to be provided for middle and high school students. These changes were suggested following reports from a single superintendent who felt the existing language was too prescriptive to be feasibly enforced. The majority of the committee felt the statute required no adjustment and believed the current language to be appropriate. Further, the committee felt that specifying placement within the bathrooms was critical to the success of the law, believing that intent must be maintained. The Senate Education Committee requests your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 129. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gendrew. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 129. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 129. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted.
Please.
Senator Susi has requested a 1-minute recess. We'll be in recess. The Senate will please come to order, and I recognize Senator Waters for introduction of a guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce Sheriff Brave from Stratford County.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 536, an act relative to chartered public school joint legislative oversight committee. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 536 ought to pass as amended. House Bill 536 would amend RSA 194:61, Roman numeral 3, letter D, to set timelines and allow an independent mediator to appraise unused school properties for the purpose of expediting unfruitful negotiations and maybe stopping some caterwauling. House Bill 365, as amended, is seeking to modify the transfer of unused school district properties in the event of a charter school's offer to purchase or lease unused property had not been acknowledged or no agreement has been reached within 60 days. The Department of Education would then have an independent mediator appraise the property in question to determine a fair market value for the charter school to accept or reject. The majority of the committee believe that the current statute, which offers no time and allows school districts to not even respond to an offer by a charter school, in direct opposition of that very law. In order to reverse those outcomes and mitigate the stalling negotiations, I ask that you support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to HB 536 as amended. New Hampshire is a state that has always prided itself for its respect for local control. We have trusted our local authorities to make decisions about what is going on in their cities and towns, trusting that they are the ones best equipped to know what is going on in their communities because they are in them. They are in our towns and cities listening to the people and responding in real time to the needs of their residents. HB 536, as amended in committee, will take away all the negotiating power away from a public school when a chartered school wants to buy a piece of its property. Ultimately, the enactment of this amendment will strip the local authorities of their ability to negotiate the sale of their unused buildings, but only in instances where a charter school is involved. The tipping of the scales in favor of the charter schools not only put them at an even more significant advantage than they already are in the negotiating process, but more importantly, this is in direct opposition to the operation of a functioning free market. HB 536 as amended states, the appraised value shall determine a fair price for the offering charter public school to agree to or reject. In situations when the charter school made an offer to lease the property, the appraisals gathered by the mediator shall determine a fair lease price for the offering chartered public school to accept or reject. That is anti-capitalism and anti-local control. Imagine you are selling your house and the homeowners association says, hold on, before you sell your piece of property, you don't just get to sell it. We bring in an independent mediator that we choose who sets the price of your home, and the buyer actually gets to decide if they purchase it or not. You do not get to determine the price of your own home that you are selling, or if you think it's a good or bad deal. Only the buyer gets to decide, and if they choose to accept the deal, you have no choice but to accept as well. In the case of this bill, you are holding the seller hostage. This is no free market. We are setting a very, very dangerous precedent here. This bill as amended says local governments cannot be trusted because only we here in Concord know what's right. By telling local school boards that they essentially have no negotiating power when it comes to their unused buildings is a gross overreach of state authority. We have no business appointing an independent mediator with no parameters as to the qualifications of that individual, who will then make decisions about the value of locally owned buildings. Also concerning, the bill does not further define what qualifies as an independent appraisal of the value of property. This process is incredibly undefined and leaves the opportunity for many to take advantage of. Mr. President, I hope my colleagues recognize the significance and implications of this decision we make here today and decide to vote down this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. The bill is now on second reading, and the first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? The question, roll call was requested by Senator Susi, seconded by Senator Birdsall. Hang on just a moment. We are now in the voting mode. The question before us is adoption of the committee amendment. If you're in favor of the committee amendment, you would vote yes. If you're opposed, you would vote no. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, no. Senator, I gotta start. 1, 2. Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The committee amendment is adopted 14-10. The ayes have it. The bill continues to be on second reading. Is there further discussion? Senator Susi is recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I would request that we divide the question of ought to pass as amended in the following way. Vote on sections 1, 2, and 4 as one vote, and then vote on section 3 separately, if that is divisible.
The question is divisible. The motion before us is to vote on sections 1, 2, and 4. Is everybody clear? Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it on sections 1, 2, and 4. Senator Susi has requested a divided question. We will now vote on section 3 and 4. And Senator Susi has requested a roll call, seconded by Senator Avard. Are we ready for the question? The clerk will please call the roll.
Correctly. Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 14-10. The divided question motion on section 3 and 4 passes, which means we are concluded on the bill, and House Bill 536 is ordered to third reading. We'll move to the Committee on Election Law. And we will be attentive, please, to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 75, an act to increase the threshold of the county-owned personal project subject to competitive bidding. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 75 ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, would divide Stratford County into 3 voting districts and change how the county commissioners are elected. Currently, Stratford County is the only county in New Hampshire which does not use districts to elect the county commissioners. This change would align Stratford County with the other 9 counties. Beginning in the 2024 election cycle, Stratford County commissioners would be elected by the residents of the district that they represent and live in. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee requests your support of the motion ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 75. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to speak to my motion.
Senator Gray, you are recognized to continue to speak.
Just a little history on this bill before we go too far. 75 was one of the bills that I moved the original information from that into Senate Bill 73 to be able to use that if needed to put a budget and send back to the House. They did send us a budget, so that bill was out there. It dealt with county commissioners and their duties. I was contacted by some of the representatives in Stratford County, the northern part of my district and the southern part of the Senate President's district, that they were disappointed that a House Bill 270 was retained. Because, again, Stratford County is the only county that does not use districts. To give you some history, there are 2 districts that although you have to live in the district, you are elected at large. The other 7, leaving out Stratford County, you have to live and are voted by the district. Stratford County is the one exception. All of the county commissioners are voted on at large. There are people who, like the senator from District 10 in his last speech, talked about local control. There are lawsuits that have been filed against redistricting because we don't think that we've gotten to that lowest level where we have local control. This is just the same kind of an issue where the representatives that contacted me come in from Barrington, come in from New Durham, coming in from Milton, Middleton, and some of the communities which, as best I knew, and I had to be corrected on this, haven't had a county commissioner except for Milton, and that individual was a longtime registered deeds before he was a county commissioner. It is very, 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 and you can add 3 or 4 more on there, difficult to get elected if you're not in Dover, in Rochester, in Durham, or one of those communities right in there. Rollinsford, we do have a county commissioner that is in Rollinsford right now. Again, District Dover, Ward 2 and Rollinsford, you know, butt up against each other. In Rochester, you just pass through Somersworth. In fact, it would be possible to draw a district where all 3 of the current county commissioners are in the same district, but that is not what's in front of you or what will be in front of you. So again, this is a local control issue. This is the people in Stratford County that I represent have asked me to take that bill and see if I could get it back to the House so that the House would have an up or down vote on the districts. The districts are exactly the same right now as are in House Bill 270, which went through the normal House process, but they asked to retain it. Before I did this, I consulted with the attorney, and the attorney says, since we are districting and not redistricting, it meets the criteria in law. So we would not be redistricting Stratford County, we would be districting it and making it basically the same as the other 9 counties. I don't know about you, but when I have a one of, I start to question, are they the right ones or are they the wrong ones, okay? The people of Stratford County, at least the ones that I represent, have asked me to do this. It has gone through the normal process. It has been debated in the floor of the House or in committee in the House. It has had a special hearing here in the Senate. There is in the amendment that's coming out of the election law, they are not happy with the effective date language in there. And so there is the possibility of you voting on a bill that corrects that and makes sure that people understand that this would not take effect until the 2024 election cycle. And I would ask you to support the bill since the amendment that I hope will come before you in just a minute is a replace all. You can vote your conscience on the committee amendment because if you vote for the second amendment that will come, it is a replace all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. I believe there's further discussion or question. Yeah.
The chair of the Election Law Committee.
Senator Gray, do you yield?
I just want to clarify, Senator, so the committee amendment, you're recommending we dispose of that so that the debate can be on the floor amendment that you're about to bring forward.
Again, because the floor amendment is a replace all, it has basically the same content, has the same intent, but has a paragraph in there which clearly defines some of the discussion that you and I had in the committee about when it would be effective, how, if we needed an election between now and the 2024 cycle, how that would be handled, and that is covered in the replacement amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray and Senator Susi. So the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the committee amendment fails. The bill is on second reading, and I believe there is a floor amendment from Senator Gray, floor amendment 1741, and Senator Gray is recognized to introduce the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 2023-1741S and would like to speak to my motion.
Senator Gray.
As I discussed before, this amendment is the same except for Section 3 and 4 and the effective date. I offer that for you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator Susi to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the floor amendment, and I appreciate very much my colleague from District 6 having notified me of bringing in the amendment, advertising it, having a public hearing. But I was on the redistricting committee and sat through hours and hours and hours and hours of testimony about redistricting all of our offices. And I pulled the minutes from the Stratford County public hearing and read through all of them once again. Not a mention was ever made of commissioner districts. Not a concern ever raised. Now, there were comments about the Executive Council, about State Senate, about congressional districts. There were a lot of comments, particularly about House districts. And one of the concerns, actually two concerns, raised over and over again is that towns and portions of cities were put into districts. And there was a great deal of concern expressed about that because people felt like cities have different interests, and it could be that the cities may or may not dominate in the delegation if The districts were broken up that way. The other thing that was raised was whether or not some of the districts were actually contiguous. And although we don't use props, I'll tell you, there was a map presented with the districts that are proposed here. There's a little tiny line. Now, granted, it's an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, so I assume it's maybe a few feet, but it was barely contiguous. Now, just this past session, those of us that were here voting on redistricting, that's what we were looking at. We were listening to the people of the state, but certainly of individual counties, and trying to address the concerns they raise. These districts have the exact same problems that were raised by people about House districts. And a couple other points, and I know my colleague from District 4 is going to speak to this, but Stratford County is the smallest county in the state geographically, and it's curious to me that, there are two others, Carroll, and there was one other, that do elect at large. To be fair, yes, they have districts, but they do elect their members at large. The fact that Stratford is so geographically small, I think, speaks to the issue of why they were electing their members at large. But why are we doing this now? We just spent 2 years, as I said, dealing with districts of every other office throughout the state. And like it or not, we passed legislation, governor signed legislation, there are districts in place. So why are we here now? Well, the fact of the matter is, one of the things this body is known for is being able to act quickly, to be nimble, and when a community needs our help, we rise to that occasion, regardless of whose district it is, we come in and help. When we've done other districts in the past for counties, and as my colleague from District 6 says, some of the other counties have districts, it's been the people of the county themselves that wanted it. The counties come together. The people that we heard from in Stratford County never raised this as an issue, didn't want districts that were barely contiguous, didn't want district, and now here we are, and I know there's a House bill, and one of my other colleagues is going to address that, but what are we doing at the 11th hour? Have we really heard from the people of Stratford County? Have they come together? I heard from 3 people at the hearing who didn't happen to like the outcome of an election, and we're there now. So if we're doing this today, should I be looking over my shoulder? Are we going to change my district next? Somebody in the House, if we don't like their districts, are we going to change them next? I mean, frankly, this reeks of some of the worst legislation, the things that people dislike the most about our process. They want it to be open. We should let the House take time if we're going to make changes. This doesn't make sense. Why now? The result of an election? Is that what this is about? I think that sends a very, very, very bad message. I think the fact that the districts put 2 of the commissioners, existing commissioners, into the same district also sends a very politically charged message to the people of Stratford County. You know, that's not what we do here. I mean, as I said, we did redistricting. We debated redistricting. I might not like all the results, but we did it. We did a really long, detailed, thoughtful process. And at the end of the day, that stood up, and we have those districts now. I think this is a horrible, horrible precedent. I think it looks bad. I think people outside of this building will be disappointed to see that we're doing such a thing. And I think it looks like we're targeting a couple individuals. And that's not what we should be doing here today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. I'm going to recognize Senator Murphy for an introduction of guests, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming to the Senate chamber the students from Mountain View Middle School in Goffstown. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the New Hampshire State House. Senator Waters to speak or for a question?
Question at this
Question.
point. Thank you, Mr. President. A question for the senator from District 18.
Senator Susi.
Yield.
Thank you. In terms of redistricting, the Constitution does seem to be rather silent on redistricting itself, and also particularly in relationship to county commissioners. And so when I look in Article 72, which is the one place that deals with county districts, it references the Register of Deed. And it says there that upon an application of the majority of the inhabitants of a county, districts may be made for the Register of Deed. So since that's the only thing we have to go on, have we received an application from the majority of the residents of Stratford County?
No, and I thank you for that question, Senator. No, that was my point that I was trying to make about the hearing we had. We had 3 House reps who had a very limited understanding of redistricting. When asked questions about how this had come forward, they couldn't answer them. But no, there has not been a petition brought forward by a majority of residents or even by a majority of county officials. This has come up literally at the 11th hour. And as I said, to be fair, the good senator from District 6 did raise it, did publish it in the calendar, did hold a hearing on it, and I very much appreciate that. But that was not it wasn't held in Stratford County, for example, so there weren't many people there to weigh in.
If I may follow up?
Further?
Yes, thank you. So we heard in the introduction of the amendment from the senator from District 6 that this isn't redistricting in the way of changing boundaries of counties or districts for senators and so on, because it was within the existing county. Now, would it be your opinion, since we have communities that have multiple House members representing them, you know, Derry or Salem, I mean, there's a lot of these communities, have many reps.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be the case that a legislature could decide to draw districts within those communities in which people would have to be resident of that district and then perhaps have the district as a plurality, as a, you know, in total vote, but the effect would be that it would have chopped up that community into districts to determine from which area somebody could run or could not run to represent the whole community in the State House?
Well, you raise an interesting question. I think that's a possibility because there are some very large communities that do have separate voting districts but still elect their members at large. And that wasn't done during this last redistricting process, so I don't know why this is being done here in this particular community.
And if I may, one more, thank you. And so, Senator, wouldn't it be the case, since the Constitution is silent on whether or not we may redistrict again after the redistricting after the decennial census, that this certainly sets a precedent in some ways for doing redistricting, say, of senator house districts, because even though it's, you know, within the 10-year frame.
Well, as I said, it certainly raises a concern with me about what else we're going to change mid-process when a very small group of people come forward and request the change. As I said, there was no, there certainly was no indication from Stratford County itself that this was something the county wanted. For example, the county delegation, there were just a few members, not the full delegation. And they're just, you know, in the past, my understanding is that it has been the counties themselves, as a group, a majority not just 2 or 3 members, but a majority who've come forward to, for example, not only change a district, but to change the length of term. That's something that this legislature has entertained, but as I said, it's been done with the assent of a majority of the county. And in fact, at this hearing, the Association of Counties was opposed to the legislation for this very reason. It really steps out of the process that we have come to expect of this legislature.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Susi, the question is on adoption of Floor Amendment 1741. Further discussion. Senator Perkins-Cuoco.
Mr. President, I also rise in opposition to this floor amendment. Firstly, I want to agree with the comments and questions of my colleagues regarding their concerns on this amendment. The language here, just to be clear, mirrors the intention of a bill that has already been considered and retained by the House, HB 270. The House Municipal and County Government Committee held a hearing on HB 270 back in February, and after considering the potential implications of that language, decided to retain the bill. They felt the language was not ready to move forward at this time and that it was best left to further consideration rather than even moving it to the floor. During that discussion, the Stratford County Commissioners and the Association of Counties agreed to work over the summer and fall on this language to see if the concerns raised with this bill could be addressed. Stratford is our smallest county, as my colleague from District 18 reminded us. It takes 30 minutes to drive across, and it's one of 3 counties where we elect our commissioners at large. That is why I think we're so surprised to see this language coming back in the form of an amendment over here in the Senate. I struggle to imagine why we think attaching this bill in a replace all fashion will change the minds of the House members regarding their opinion, whether this bill is ready, but I certainly agree with their concerns. Chiefly among their concerns is one that my colleague from District 18 has raised. There's a precedent that this sets, and it's a dangerous deviation from our formal process. In the early 2000s, the Supreme Court ruled that redistricting could only happen during our official redistricting process. In Town of Canaan versus Secretary of State 2008, Justice Hicks states, "Nevertheless, we cautioned that the legislature lacked absolute discretion to delay post-census redistricting. Taken to the extreme, the legislature could redistrict 9 years after one federal decennial census, and again in only 1 or 2 years following the next census, which would impair the need for stability and continuity in our legislative system. Given our last census was in 2020, and we are presently here in the year 2023, I have serious concerns that this bill will open up, that this bill done in this way not only dangerously sets the stage going forward, but will open the state to serious litigation that will come at the cost to taxpayers. Our taxpayers who in Stratford County never once brought up the desire to make this change, our taxpayers who deserve the respect of the legislature operating within the parameters of the laws we have set out, and our taxpayers who have elected their county commissioners in a fashion they are comfortable with and will now have to give up. They should have their voices respected. This is the most fundamental thing that we do, is set our voting districts. Let's respect the deep responsibility of this duty and not do this now. It is rushed at best and dangerous at worst. For these reasons and the reasons given by my colleagues, I ask that you vote down this floor amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Cuoco. Is there any further discussion? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the context of Stratford County and some of the reasons why this effort may have come forward, although none of my remarks are directed at the senator from District 6 because surely he's identified what he saw as a problem and did his best to try to fairly address it, and I respect that. I do think it's important for folks to know, the situation that arose in Stratford County, which I would hope would give pause for an effort to come to the legislature to try to address something that really needs to be addressed in the delegation in the county. And I really don't want to talk much about politics on this and party. I do note that the senator from District 6 mentioned that the northern part of the county, well, there was somebody elected up there in Milton, but he was a Democrat. And I think that's unfortunate to note. And I say that in my, not too long ago, we had a Republican county commissioner. And I dare say, if you go back a few decades, you will find that there were probably many decades in which all the county commissioners in Stratford County were Republican. And that was the choice of the voters in every instance. Now, what is difficult here is the individuals who have been so motivated to want to change the election of county commissioners, perhaps because of opposition over the county nursing home proposal that came forward. And we know from various public meetings that has been a very bone of contention for the folks who brought forward this effort. The county commissioners are faced in Stratford with an aging, if not becoming decrepit, county nursing home. The population there is growing and is anticipated to grow greatly. Many more of the population there are afflicted with Alzheimer's disease. At this point, 4 residents share one bathroom and share a room, and there are 42 residents per single bathtub. Any responsible county commission would try to bring forward a proposal for a new county nursing home. That was brought before. There was some opportunity for federal and state funding for it. It has to get to a supermajority of a vote. That became difficult. The proposal has been revised so that, in fact, will have not any impact on the county budget. Nevertheless, if you look at the debates over this, there are people who feel that the county should not be in the business of taking care of our elderly. Let them go elsewhere. Let them have, even in the building, let them have 42 to a bathtub, 4 to a toilet, and perhaps be bed-bound or without Alzheimer's. I think we all just can't accept that argument. It did not fly, and I do not think will fly in a delegation eventually. But then they want us to change the district lines so that maybe they get rid of the county commissioners who want to take care of the elderly. Now, as I said, I'm sorry to air this laundry, but I think we ought to know. And this is why the House retained it. There might be some merit to having districts in Stratford County. I think that's an open question. But we have not had a majority of the county come for us, and if we're going to do legislation, that's why the House wisely said, let's hold on to it. I think the point here is if you draw water from a poisoned well, you can make the 3 glasses you're going to pour it into absolutely equal, but you still don't want to drink the water. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Our last speaker is Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take the opportunity to respond to some of the comments that are made by the other senators. Electing at large. A point has been made by a couple of the senators that 2 other counties elect at large. Well, that's true, and I admitted that in the opening remarks. But they must live in the districts. There are districts. They have to live in those districts. The mention that I made of the commissioner from Milton, I didn't mention a party. I said that the individual was a long-time registered of deeds. So he was very well known in the county and was elected. I have been an official resident of Stratford County since 1963 or 4. I'd have to go back and, I was away, but I maintained my residence in New Hampshire during the time that I was in the service and even during the time that I was working out of the Washington office down in Washington, D.C. 63. I've been there. I know what's going on. But I also know that right now in Stratford County, when someone came to me and said, I want to run for county commissioner, I says, whoa, wait a second. You may want to think that. You may want to go back and look at the elections. under the districts that are proposed, there's only one district that's even close to being Republican. I'm putting air quotes around that. Okay? In that district, and I'm looking at the race between the U.S. Senate candidates, it would have been 8,704 for the Republican and 8,559 for the Democrat. We're not trying to gerrymander this. We're not trying to make it. We're trying to make sure that the individuals in that county, in Stratford County, that live in Milton, that live in Middleton, that live in New Durham, that live in Stratford, that live in Lee, that the government is closer to them and they can pick their representative. Nursing home, I don't know why we've gotten there. I support the nursing home. This is not an attempt on my part or anyone else to weigh in on the nursing home. In fact, this isn't even going to take effect until 2024. The people who came to me, because I did not watch House Bill 270 in the House, I didn't sit there and say, oh yeah, we got to, oh, it was the representatives of the people in those towns that came to me and said, they retained my bill. I won't be able probably to get this enacted for 2024. Why? Well, that's the way the system is. Is it rushed? Well, any bill that comes to the New Hampshire General Court that's presented, like Bill 270, are they all rushed? It went through the process in the House. I was dissatisfied with the result. I took the opportunity to amend it to a bill, had the hearing. In fact, as soon as the representative called me asking me to do this, I called a particular senator and said, I've had this request, I want to do it. Within 3 hours, I have made maps and sent them to the county administrator because it was easier to communicate to him rather than the county commissioners that showed the map in support of House Bill 270, which showed the commissioners in separate districts, which showed the commissioners in the same district, which showed the commissioners in any other variety they wanted. In fact, I called him and got him on the phone, made sure that he knew how to run the software, and emails to both Senator Waters, the senator from District 4, the senator from District 21, about what I was doing, saying if there's another map out there, I'd be more than happy to look at it. Conversation with the senator from District 18, the same offer verbally. Be more than happy to look at it if you're not happy with the districts. But right now, the way it is, that those who oppose this are in the majority. They are located in the southern part of the district. They are not constituents that I represent. They are the constituents that I represent came to me and asked. The public hearing had one person opposed, and that was the person who represents the county commissioners. How many people, and I didn't write down the number, 5, 6, 7 different representatives that we had that came in and testified because they like it. They want that redistricting. And before I go on too long, Mr. President, I'll sit down and wait for the vote.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The question is on adoption of the floor amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Senator Soucy has asked for a roll call, seconded by Senator Rosenwald. clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading, open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 75. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. I think the ayes have it, 14 to 10, unless somebody wants a roll call. Senator Susie has asked for a roll call. Senator Avard has seconded. The clerk will please be attentive. I'm sorry. Thank you, Senator Gray. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes, the ayes have it, 14 to 10. House Bill 75 is adopted and order to third reading. Let's take a break for a moment and recognize Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Hanover, New Hampshire Day at the New Hampshire State Senate. I'd like to welcome fourth graders from the Ray School. Welcome to the New Hampshire Senate.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your day in the State House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 87, an act relative to the county responsibility for capital building projects. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Susie for the committee.
Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to table.
Senator Susie has moved to table House Bill 87. It's non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 87 is laid upon the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 197L, an act relative to the proration of property tax exemptions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 197 ought to pass. This bill allows for the fractionalization of tax exemptions for the disabled, blind, deaf, or severely hearing impaired. Currently, the law is clear for elderly and veterans exemptions. If they own a fractional interest in the property, they receive a fractional exemption equal to that interest. The statute does not include the disabled, deaf, or blind in that section. House Bill 197 will correct the statute so that all fractional owner exemptions are treated the same. This will provide clarity for municipalities and taxpayers when taxes are being assessed. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee requests your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 197. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The bill is now on second reading. Open for discussion. Senator Perkins-Cuoco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of ought to pass. While it may be true that this bill might create some clarity, I think there's also some very humane reasons to be opposed to it. And so, having served on city council for 4 years, having crafted 4 local budgets, and voted on the veteran and elderly exemptions, I certainly understand their function and how they work. But the reality is that when we're talking about blind, deaf, or severely hearing impaired or disabled members of our households, those are conditions which affect our entire household. They affect the entire family. They affect ability of other members to work. And so reflecting the fact that, the cost of housing is very high. This comes at a very difficult moment for a lot of folks. That's a problem I'm working desperately on in other channels. I just feel that trying to make this correction now puts people that are already working very hard in their situation in an even harder economic position. So I hope you'll join me in opposing the ought to pass motion today.
Thank you very much, Senator Perkins-Cuoco. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 197. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No. Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
It's called the roll call. Was it Avard? I'm getting it a second.
Senator Avard requested, and I believe it was seconded by Senator Innes.
Thank you. Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susi?
No.
Senator Bertzel?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins-Cuoco?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 14 to 10. House Bill 197 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 392 FN, an act relative to constitutional convention procedures for delegates. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 5-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table, which is a non-debatable motion. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of tabling House Bill 392, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No doubt about that one. House Bill 392 is laid upon the table. All right, moving to the Committee on Energy. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 81, an act establishing a study committee to examine all ancillary charges for propane gas sales. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 81, inexpedient to legislate. House Bill 81 was introduced to establish a study committee that would examine ancillary charges for propane gas sales. As the committee heard from the prime sponsor, many Granite Staters are being charged excessive fees by their propane suppliers. However, the majority of these complaints were against one major propane supplier. Throughout the testimony, it became clear the issue was related to one company engaging in inappropriate business practices. The vast majority of businesses are serving their customers well. The other suppliers explained that they adhere to a customer-first business approach, resulting in many unhappy customers choosing them as their new supplier. It is evident that the free market principles are governing the industry, and legislation is not needed at this time to intervene. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 81. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there further discussion? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 81. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 174, an act relative to the filing of notice of intent to cut timber. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters, and I have to say I like your tie.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Looks like a tree.
I move House Bill 174 ought to pass. House Bill 174 grants additional flexibility to the timber industry, while also ensuring municipalities do not lose authority over the process. Current law states that a municipality has 15 days to approve an intent to cut timber notice, and no operation can begin until there is approval, no matter if it exceeds the time frame, which causes great difficulties. As the committee heard, a delay exceeding the 15-day time frame can cost the landowner and company valuable time and resources, or even force both sides to cancel the operation. This bill seeks to rectify this technicality in the approval process. HB 174, if passed, would allow for a timber operation to begin on the 16th day if there is no objection raised to the file notice. However, if a municipality does then come forward with an issue, then any operation must cease until the issue is resolved. The committee concluded that this creates sufficient avenues for both sides by ensuring that unnecessary restrictions are removed. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass in House Bill 174, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 174. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 174 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 214, an act relative to limitations on the designation of the portion of the Merrimack River. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 214 ought to pass. Currently, the southern portion of the Merrimack River, which extends from the Bedford-Merrimack town line down to the southern state border, has a withdrawal limit because it is a member of the River Management Protection Program. However, during the hearing, the Department of Environmental Services testified that with advances in technology and a better understanding of the water basin, a withdrawal limit is no longer necessary. House Bill 214 would remove the withdrawal limit so that this portion of the river could be used as an important resource in the event of a severe drought or if cases of PFAS containment were to arise. The Senate Energy and Natural Resource Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 214. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 214. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 214 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 247 FN, an act relative to protective well rady. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 247 FN ought to pass. House Bill 247 seeks to amend current statutes governing septic system plans and well radii. The Department of Environmental Services stated that this bill will simplify a series of required redundant forms for when a well crosses into an abutting plot by combining these forms into one streamlined document. Additionally, the requirement that someone must obtain an amended septic plan if a well must be relocated is removed. This requirement is an unnecessary cost to homeowners. Lastly, the department testified that this bill establishes affirmative statements in property law by clarifying that if someone places a well on or over their plot line, it will not impact their neighbor's ability to develop their own land. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion about to pass on House Bill 247. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 247. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass on House Bill 247 is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 252, an act exempting agricultural operations from certain municipal noise ordinances. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 252 ought to pass as amended. As many of you know, farming is not a 9-to-5 job. Well, I don't know, maybe many of you don't know that, but if you want to know that, come on over and I'll show you. The duties necessary to ensure that a farm not only succeeds but also thrives are 24/7 every day of the year, which is why it is not logical to have farms and agricultural operations be subject to local noise ordinances. House Bill 252 would exempt farming activities defined in RSA 2134A from any quiet hours or ordinance or bylaw that attempts to regulate these operations. However, this exception will not apply to agritourism as defined in RSA 2134A, Section 2B5, for anybody that wants to look it up. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 252. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 252. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and House Bill 252 is ordered to third reading. Senator Abbas, you are recognized to introduce a guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce a guest, Chief of Police, Chief Crowley from Atkinson's here. And I want to thank him for his public service and keeping our community safe.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Thank you, Chief. Welcome. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 534 FNA, an act relative to water assistance for natural disaster. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 534 FNA ought to pass. House Bill 534 FNA establishes a fund that will be used to repair and replace sources of safe drinking water in the event of a natural disaster. As the committee heard, according to the National Drought Monitor, the southern part of our state will most likely be entering its 4th year of drought. With the persistent and intensifying drought that our state faces, it is important now more than ever to ensure that we have appropriate resources allocated to ensure we can provide adequate aid to our constituents when they need it most. The fund created in this bill seeks to do just that. The Department of Environmental Services will be able to access this fund in the event of a natural disaster and provide critical relief to ensure that no Granite Stater is left without safe and reliable drinking water after a natural disaster. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 534 FNA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. Senator Waters, are you wishing to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And I want to rise in support of the bill and also to particularly thank the senator from District 19 and the rest of the members of the committee and the House members who brought this forward for preparing New Hampshire for what we are facing. As the senator from District 19 mentioned, we are familiar with the droughts. We're also familiar with extreme rain events, which can overwhelm water systems. We've also tried so hard over many years to find out ways to help private well owners and others. The previous bill about the Merrimack River can help with that too, because water is such an important resource for the state. During the last drought period, we had some opportunity for some federal emergency support for our farmers, but New Hampshire really needs to be prepared. And I know there's a price tag on this. It's going to go to finance, but I did want to rise to say that I hope this bill can move forward, because this is an issue we are going to face increasingly, and if we can get ready now, it's going to be good for the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill is still on second reading. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation on ought to pass on House Bill 534. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 534 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. So is everybody okay if we try to get through executive departments and administration? Okay, thank you very much. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 457 FN, an act relative to state treasury, pension, and insurance fund management. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-1. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 457 ought to pass. This bill requires the state treasurer and the retirement system to report quarterly on the motivations of funds, especially those that have environmental, social, political, or ideological interests. House Bill 457 prohibits the state treasurer and the New Hampshire retirement system from conducting business with financial institutions or proxies that prioritize social, political, or ideological interests above or in concert with the traditional fiduciary duty to maximize financial benefit. A majority of the Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is now on second reading. I believe, Senator Altschiller, you have a floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I submit floor amendment 1364. Yeah.
Senator Altschiller has moved adoption of amendment 1364.
I move adoption yeah, I'm just thrown by the last speaker a little bit. I brought this amendment forward when we had it up the last time, and so there's literally nothing changed in it at all. Still stands, and I sought counsel from the state treasurer, and this amendment was run by our state treasurer, who subsequently said, without taking a position on the bill, as the Treasury will follow the direction of the legislature, this amendment provides more clarity regarding the reporting requirements, and the language is more aligned with our existing obligation and current understanding to act in the best interest of the state, which we do. Therefore, I have no concerns with this amendment. This amendment changes nothing about the quarterly reporting. It does emphasize, though, that a fiduciary responsibility is to maximize benefits for and act in the best interest of the state and the beneficiaries of the state's trust funds. So that is what a fiduciary does. That is what the treasurer has confirmed. I hesitate to rewrite her job description. And the other part of the amendment just says that the Independent Investment Committee and the Board of Trustees shall report on a quarterly basis to the Office of the Legislative Budget Assistant regarding compliance with the duty to make all investment decisions solely in the interest of participants and beneficiaries of the state retirement system. So, pretty straightforward, clarifying the role of fiduciary without rewriting what a fiduciary is by omitting some of its language. That's it.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question on the floor amendment? Senator Carson?
President, can we have a 1-minute recess?
1 minute
Thank you.
recess. We'll be in recess for 1 minute. the House will please come out of recess. We are considering amendment of the House. Well, I woke up this morning and there was no water in my house, so something's on my mind. The Senate will please come out of recess. We are considering floor amendment 1364. I recognize Senator Carson to speak.
President, and thank you for the recess. I just had wanted to confer with our chair because I believe that this amendment was presented to the committee, and we had a discussion, and I believe, okay, I see no. But anyway, when we had our discussions in the committee, one of the things that we were concerned about, and that's why you find that statement that I made in introducing the bill, that these financial committees were going to be saying things like, well, we don't want to invest in fossil fuels, and so we're not going to, as a political statement, an ideological statement, or any other kind of statement. What this bill, without the amendment, basically says is, look, if you're going to do that, you need to report to us. We, meaning the legislature, we are the ones that are going to make that decision, not an independent or another fiscal board. So again, I apologize for the confusion. I really did think that this was presented to us, and in conferring with the chair, I think we reached an agreement that we had seen this before, or something very close to it. So, and the majority of the committee rejected it. So I would ask the body to please reject this. And also the testimony that was given here this morning, only with the state treasurer. I'm not sure if the author of this has conferred with the state retirement system as well. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Altschiller, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President. So to clarify, the language that I brought forward in the floor amendment that I brought up the last time we had this on the calendar, I did talk about in committee, but did not present as an amendment. I brought it to the floor. And to be clear, the duty of a fiduciary is to maximize benefits for and act in the best interest of. That is the definition of a fiduciary. I would like for us to maintain fidelity to that charge by putting it in statute, since we are, I have absolutely no problem. You want to do reports all day long. Literally not what I'm here to talk about. I am here to talk about redefining a fiduciary and telling the state treasurer what the definition of her charge as a fiduciary is by omitting in the best interest of the state. Let me give you an example of a time when perhaps maximization of profits were not honored by the state at the direction of the governor. At one time, the governor issued an executive order that New Hampshire state liquor stores would cease selling Russian vodkas. Do we make money selling Russian vodkas? Yeah. Are there a lot of Russian vodkas that people have as like signature drinks on restaurants across the state? Absolutely. But did our governor decide that when the war in Ukraine began by Russia's invasion, that as a state we were going to join in solidarity with our other states and in the nation by taking this stand and saying, you know what we're not going to do? We are not going to participate and what we can do is not sell Russian vodka, right? Was that in the fiduciary best interest? Was that a financial decision?
Probably not. But was it in the best interest of where we were as a state at the moment? Yeah, it was. So there's literally neither in the bill nor in my amendment any mention of ESG, not on the table. It's not what we're talking about. But what we're talking about is we have to have the fiduciary's definition, which is acting in the best interest of, for the maximization of benefits. That's it. It's a definition. So again, the reports, do it. Do all of them. Do them backwards in Spanish. Have them bi-weekly. I don't care. That's not why I'm bringing this up. I am bringing up the definition of fiduciary to include and in the best interest of. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Senator Waters to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few comments. I appreciate the attention to this issue, making sure that our investments are serving the benefits of the folks for whom those funds are developed. And having served on the Decennial Pension Commission, we're all certainly concerned about how that corpus is growing. It's important that we protect these assets appropriately. The difficulty I have in the way in which the bill, not so much written, but was described when it was introduced, is that our record of debate on the floor becomes part of the record that may be used for any potential litigation. And this is why I'm kind of concerned about how the remarks on the floor might be parsed as determining what is or is not in the interests of the participants or the beneficiaries. And I, we all know we're in a political moment right now where, this looking at how funds are being invested. And I think it's unfortunate to single out and label as political environmental concerns. I just think that, there's some very wise decisions being made by pension funds and other funds where if you look at the decline in value of coal stocks, they're almost worthless now compared to they were 10 or 15 years ago. And, were someone to hear our discussion here and say that any decision not to invest in fossil fuels anymore was somehow political rather than making a darn good bet on what the future of growth is going to be and investment is going to be and companies' profits will be, that's not something we want to say because of legislation or discussion on the floor could lead to litigation because of an investment decision there. So that's all. I mean, I do think the bill itself, kind of really doesn't mean a whole lot, but if you add the context of this debate, which labeling certain things as political in decision-making, I think we open ourselves up potentially for some litigation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The floor remarks that I spoke reflected the conversation that we had in our committee on this particular bill. And I think we had a good, robust discussion. And I truly believe in being honest with the people. And so that's why those words were included. And quite frankly, Mr. President, if you look at the amendment that we have, the only difference here between the actual bill and this amendment is the amendment excludes the language that says the report shall note the existence of any investment funds that may have mixed rather than sole interest investment motivations. That's the only difference between the two. The fiduciary responsibility is the same. They should be maximizing the investment of our state workers, anybody that's involved with this system that is going to depend on their retirement. It should be done. But that's the difference. And I ask all of you to take a look between the two. And you can see that's the only difference. What is the problem of including in that report that information? We talk all the time about transparency and how important it is. Well, be transparent, especially with the people whose money you're investing in a retirement system, or all of us who are taxpayers. We have, at different times over the years, Mr. President, said, listen, we don't like our money being invested in a particular product or company for whatever reason. And that discussion happens here in the House, in the Senate. We will discuss that. And we have passed legislation that has said we're not going to do that. And my colleague from District 24 was right. We did have the governor pass an executive order about a particular product. But this is just about reporting. So where is the problem in reporting any investment funds that may have mixed rather than sole interest investment motivations? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Waters, a question?
Yes. A senator from District 24, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you, Senator.
So clearly the difficult word here is mixed. And is there any definition in state statute or in this bill as to what mixed means?
I thank you for the question. To be perfectly honest with you, no, there's no definition, and the difficult word really isn't mixed, because with respect to our colleague from District 14, the crux of what we're talking about here today is on lines 4 and on lines 8, because the addition of "and act in the best interest of the state" needs to be in statute, because that's what a fiduciary does: maximize benefits and act in the best interest of. And correctly, we do make those decisions until, of course, the governor does an executive order, at which point he makes those decisions. But nonetheless, we make the decisions about what maximizes the benefits and is in the best interest of. So that is indeed what the focus has been rerouted from, is not redefining what a fiduciary is.
If I may follow up.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking the follow-up question. So the difficulty then becomes that that word mixed, not defined here, means that it will become, in the eyes of a beholder, which is likely to be an attorney, I suppose, for somebody, so that we really are not providing any clear instruction to the folks on the investment committees, and especially that will be the case, wouldn't you think, if we don't have the beneficiaries language that you have here?
Exactly, because if you redefine fiduciary as only acting to maximize benefits and not acting concurrently in the best interest of, everything becomes sole interest investment. There's no space.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Altschiller, do you wish to speak a third time?
No, thank you.
Senator Carson, do you wish to speak a third time?
I do. Thank you. We're going to have, I would like to just let everyone know, this is the kind of conversation that we had in ED&A when we discussed this bill. I ask all of you, who gets to decide what's in the best interest of our state? I thought we did. I thought the elected officials are the ones that decide what's in the best interest of the state of New Hampshire. That's our job, and that's our responsibility. Not the state treasurer, not an investment fund manager. We do. That's our job. Now, if you were to look at the language of the bill, it says, notwithstanding the other provisions of this paragraph, all investments and their management shall be governed by the fiduciary duty to maximize benefits. There you go. There you go. That's their duty. That's their responsibility. It's not their job to do what's in the best interest. That's our job. We are the ones that direct them. That's really, Mr. President, what the crux of the issue is. That's our job. And so if there's something that they would like to do, or they want to do, or they feel they need to do, put it in the report. Report to the legislature, and let the legislature or the governor, through executive order, decide what's in the best interest of the state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't really have an issue with the reporting, although I think it's a little weird to report to the Office of the Legislative Budget Assistant rather than, for example, the Fiscal Committee, but that's a policy decision that the committee made. But there is a difference between the floor amendment and the underlying bill in terms of acting in the best interest of the state. The underlying bill says the fiduciary duty is to maximize short or long-term financial benefits for the state. Well, we're sitting on over $3 billion in cash reserves right now. And for the first time ever, the state treasurer has hired a financial management company to manage those reserves. I don't know how we did it before, but she has hired the same company that manages the public deposit investment pool. Their goals are not solely financial. It's also safety of the investment. And the underlying bill, I think, is less clear than the amendment that best interest of the state is broader than solely a financial benefit, because there has to also be safety and liquidity. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Senator Lang, a question?
Senator from District 14. Thank you for taking my question. So my question, as I'm reading the amendment, it seems like we have two different reporting standards that you couldn't even parallel up, because the first one talks about the duty of the treasurer to report on a quarterly basis, the duty to make investment decisions based upon the fiduciary responsibility to maximize short and long-term financial benefits. And yet the second one has just a broad open door that says you can report on anything that's in the interest of the state, as I read it.
Thank you, Senator. If, again, looking at the language, and in the first section, paragraph F, at the end it says, the report shall note the existence of any investment funds that may have mixed rather than pure fiduciary interest investment motivations. You go down to the proposed amendment, which does not include any language that mirrors what's in the first section, but it does say, the one line that has been removed, the report shall note the existence of any investment funds that have mixed rather than sole interest investment motivations. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Sorry, and I should have stood. I apologize.
Thank you.
Senator Carson. Senator Susi.
Mr. President, I always regret standing between lunch and the membership, but I do think this debate, yeah, I guess you'd rather be setting the table than be on the menu. I guess I would really question given the debate that has occurred here today, given the lack of definitions, I would ask my colleagues to remember, those few that were here, there was a time when around the country, and the state of New Hampshire tried to do this, there were efforts because of apartheid to have funds divest of any funds that were in any way associated with South Africa. And there's a lot of litigation that demonstrates that fact of the matter is whether or not there is a political point of view or a so-called best interest, because that's what the legislature tried to impose on the fund. The court said no. You can't do that. What you have to look at is allowing the group that you've designated to make these decisions. Now, the fact that we can't even, amongst ourselves today, come up with what is mixed, what isn't, is it environmental, is it not, to me just speaks to the fact that this bill isn't ready for prime time. Why would we do this to the retirement system? Why would we do this to the treasurer? I just think that we're going so far astray. I respect the work of the committee, and obviously they had a lot of discussion, but there's no agreement here. Why are we moving this forward? Why don't we re-refer the bill and give folks a little time to actually come up with some properly defined terms so that we know what's happening? I don't know that any one of us leaving here today could tell you exactly what this bill does, or I think we might have 24 separate opinions about what this bill does. So, Mr. President, I would just ask my colleagues to really think twice before we pass this, and perhaps a re-refer motion following the current motion might make sense. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Pearl.
Thank you. I have a question of the senator from District 14. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question.
Thank you.
During the testimony that we received in committee, did the treasurer or the manager of our investment funds, Marty Carlin, have any concerns with having any issue in complying with the bill as we passed it out of committee?
Thank you for the question. I'm looking at the testimony of Mr. Carlin, who we routinely deal with, and he said that this bill does not force the New Hampshire retirement system to change anything. What it does is requires that the New Hampshire retirement system to certify that they're doing what we're required to do.
Follow-up? And would you agree that the real meat and potatoes of this bill is in the reporting of the mixed funds or mixed interest of the funds that and how they're invested? I mean, isn't that really the heart of the bill?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Avard has requested a roll call, seconded by Senator Lang. Senator Altschiller.
I had a question of the senator from District 17.
Senator Pearl, do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Since we're talking about what happened in the committee, do you recall that Representative Bernardi, who brought this forward, stated that this bill does two things. It requires the Treasury Department work be governed by fiduciary responsibilities, and he noted that this bill adds a responsibility of a quarterly report, excellent, and a compliance with fiduciary responsibilities, and that there is a movement to broaden the definition of what a fiduciary duty includes. Do you recall Representative Bernardi saying that to us?
Not specifically, but
All right.
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you, appreciate that. Follow up? Is it the purview of the Senate of New Hampshire? Is it under our authority, or will it change what a fiduciary actually is in the world of banking and treasury if we decide to take out a piece of the actual definition in the best interest of? Will that somehow make us out of line with what the entire banking industry considers to be a fiduciary?
No, I don't believe it would.
Well, all right then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Roll call has been requested. Seeing no further discussion, it was requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Lang. You ready?
Call is on the amendment.
Yes.
Not on the bill. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. All right, the clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau. Nay. Senator Lang.
Nay.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi. No. Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Nay.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Bradley.
No. The ayes have it 14 to 10. The floor amendment 1364. Yeah, sorry. Boy, I'm in the wrong house today. The amendment is defeated by a 14 to 10 vote. And now we'll take a break to allow Senator Innes to introduce some very important visitors.
Thank you, Mr. President. District 7 is home to some wonderful schools with amazing children and terrific teachers, and we have some of them here with us today. I'm pleased to welcome the Proctor Academy from Andover. Please join me in welcoming them.
Welcome. Okay, the floor amendment has been defeated. The bill is on second reading and open for further discussion. Senator Chanley.
Mr. President, I wade very cautiously into this discussion. I hadn't intended to speak. I think that the amendment for which I voted didn't do a whole lot to change our current policy, and I was comfortable voting for that policy. I have many, many questions, and I was going to ask those questions of individuals, but I think they really are too many, and I don't want to open up a variety of issues that can't be answered on the floor here. I'd have to say I go along with what Senator Susie said about re-referring. I think that would be so good for us, because I do think that the bill as I am reading it, and particularly with reference to what has been discussed on the floor, does change our current policy. And you know, I think we have to ask ourselves the kind of questions, you know, what problem is this fixing? That's the question we ask ourselves all the time. I don't see that this bill, as it is written, solves any current problem. You know, we've also talked about mixed interests. Well, who defines what those mixed investment strategies are? And how do we determine compliance with either mixed or not mixed investment strategies? You know, who are the people who classify what a mixed investment strategy is, and how do we work through with those folks? I think there are a lot of questions, and I ask you to defeat the pending motion, and perhaps we can re-refer this bill to committee. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chanley. Further discussion, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the word mixed is already in statute. It deals with the requirement that the state treasurer report. The second part of the bill, because we're now talking about the bill, adds a section that the state retirement system has to now report. The difference is there's in one section it says pure, the second section it says purely. That's the difference. I would also like to just read from the hearing report from the representative who filed the bill. He answered that this bill simply requires the treasurer and the pension funds report on their compliance with a strict fiduciary duty responsible. The representative noted the investments for the state as well as the beneficiaries of the trust should be the primary goal, as the treasurer wants to maximize those. There it is. That's the purpose of this bill. So we've had a fairly long discussion about it, and I hope that you can support the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is on second reading. It's still open for further discussion. I don't think I see any. So the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 457. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I believe the ayes have it. Was there a request for a roll call? Sure. Senator Avard has asked for a roll call. Senator Lang has seconded. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Aye.
Senator Waters?
Nay.
Senator Prentice?
Nay.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yeah.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Nay.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Bradley?
Yes, the ayes have it 14 to 10. The motion is adopted. House Bill 457 is ordered to third reading. So before we break for lunch, if you recall, our first bill of the day was House Bill 500. In order to get that bill to the governor for signature today because of the end of the pandemic, there is an enrolled bill report. So without objection, the enrolled bill report is adopted on House Bill 500. With that, we will be in recess until 1:30, and I think Senator Carson would like to see our side of the aisle in the conference room at about 1, and for the rest of us, we'll see you at 1:30. We're in recess. Thank you. The Senate will come back into session with apologies. I inadvertently said that House Bill 457 was ought to pass as amended. It really should have been ought to pass. So my apologies and thank you. Okay, we will turn to the special ordered bill. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 639 FNA, an act relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making an appropriations therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wonderful to be back. I want to get off on the right foot with this legislation. Sorry. Yeah. I move House Bill 639 FNA inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have established procedures for the legalization, regulation, and taxation of cannabis, the licensing and regulation of cannabis establishments, and make appropriations therefore. We've already decriminalized, we've expanded criminal record expungement, we've legalized medicinal marijuana, and we should also work to make medical marijuana more affordable and better tailored towards medical clients. But now is not the time for full legalization. Legalization sends a message to our youth who would perceive it to be that marijuana is not harmful. I drive through Chicopee and Springfield, I see these billboards, and it's not what I want my 13-year-old to see. That is not a message we want to send to the kiddos of New Hampshire, for if our kiddos perceive marijuana is not harmful, they're more apt to use it. House Bill 639 is a flawed bill where anyone could smoke marijuana in a place like just outside this building and would be smelling it right now, because if you're 20 feet away from a building, you're allowed to smoke in public under this bill. This bill seeks to legalize also what is truthfully a gateway drug. Research has shown that most heroin, cocaine, or other hard drug users got their start on marijuana. Legalizing marijuana would only exacerbate the decades-long opioid epidemic that has affected virtually every single family in New Hampshire. The committee heard testimony from emergency room doctors, other doctors, and they've all said predominantly the same thing. Legalizing marijuana would have a catastrophic impact on the mental health as well as increase the risk, particularly amongst our youth, who I'm most concerned with, of substance misuse. Exposure to marijuana can lead to learning difficulties, reading, reduced coordination, and increased depression and anxiety. The argument that New Hampshire should legalize marijuana because every other state in New England has done so falls flat when compared with the testimony we heard from medical experts. I, for one, never want to be like Massachusetts or Vermont. I'd rather resemble the 29 other states who have not passed legalization. To those who say we are an anti-marijuana island, I say we are a drug-free oasis. It is easier to counter the hypothetical benefits of marijuana legalization by looking at what has happened in Colorado. After Colorado legalized, emergency room visits increased, they tripled. Hospitalization caused by marijuana exposure increased 200%, and the number of calls to poison control increased by 400%. God help us, we have kids eating gummies. We have kids, 91 kids were hospitalized at poison control and had to go to hospitals last year because they ingested marijuana. In brief, what we have heard with legalization is that there will be more marijuana distribution, the volume of marijuana will increase in New Hampshire, and the amount of users will then thus increase. The black market's also going to expand, teen use will go up, more babies will become addicted, born in our hospitals. This is not what New Hampshire wants. The evidence is clear, Mr. President. Legalizing marijuana would not be sound public policy. It would have catastrophic impacts on the quality of our state. And let's not sell out the future of New Hampshire youth for money as Judas sold out cheeses for a few shiny coins, or we will share the same regret as Judas did. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 639, and I'd like to speak briefly on the bill.
You're recognized to continue.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Everyone said, who did you talk to? I went out and I talked to the people, as we all should on every bill that's important to us. I went and first talked to the parents. I've coached a lot of teams, dozens of rec teams, not as many as my mentor from District 20, who is my idol as far as sports goes, the famous blocker from UNH. But we both have taught kids the same thing: have backbone, don't use drugs. I contacted my 12 chiefs of police next. And again, the parents who I've coached, I didn't hear anyone, once you have children, you seem to have a different attitude towards marijuana. You don't want it available or inside of your kids. I contacted my 12 police chiefs, and I just got off the phone seconds ago with Chief Macias, and he said, no, Billy, no to legalization. Let me read two of the responses, and I'll just briefly summarize them from my chiefs. One is an interesting one because he's, well, I'll say he's from East Kingston. We won't use his name because I don't want him to get too many phone calls. And I'll summarize what he said. But he said, the problem is a DRE officer, he said a lot of people now are coming and they're having like 0.06, 0.07, and so as far as their alcohol content, but then they have a THC level and they really don't know what it is. They know they've been using. So now we have people who are not only very close to the legal limit, also using another substance. They're not getting prosecutions under them. And so that was his main emphasis, was again, drinking while using marijuana is a big problem. I had another chief, my hometown chief, and he agreed with me. He said, there's enough distractions on the road, and adding another is not something we should do as law enforcement. And he also talked about it being a gateway drug, and especially the problems now that it's infused with other substances. I have a lot of friends. My daughters, as you know, are Irish step dancers. So we drove down there for about 10 years, and I got to know tons of the Medford cops and tons of the Boston cops because all their daughters danced. They all said, don't legalize, Bill. The biggest mistake we made, I'll take one, for example. He was a DARE officer in Medford. He told me once legalization came, the 30% use in high schools, now he was an officer in a junior high school. He said, now that's the number we have in our junior highs, and we're seeing it now in our elementary schools. It's just, there's a lot more marijuana in the community. It's getting to the kids. And he said what they do to pay for it is they break into cars, they do petty crimes, and so now you have another problem that's stemming from marijuana. I'd like to leave you with one other thing. We had in our testimony, Harriet Cody testified. She had a son, Austin. He went through a stop sign. He was on marijuana at the time, didn't see the sign. He spent 6 months in pain and agony, suffering until his death. And so then he also left a family who grieving over their young son's death. That's going to be a pain they're going to feel forever. So when people say there's no harm, oh, and not to mention the millions of dollars they spent for the 6 months while he was in a hospital. So when people say there's no pain, no harm from marijuana, I'd like you to think twice about that. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Further discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come before you as a parent, as a teacher, as a coach, and a mentor to many young people throughout my life. I spent 50 years of my life teaching kids, both at the high school and the college level. I have 9 grandchildren, and I have 2 great-grandchildren. I've been in this chamber longer than some of my colleagues have been alive. I've been in this business for 50 years. I've never been so caring about an issue as I am about this one. I rise today to ask my colleagues just to listen to what I have to say. Each one of you is going to make up your own mind. But listen to what I have to say. I bring it to you as part of my life experience. I rise in support of the inexpedient motion on HB 639 for many reasons. But I want to speak specifically about my concerns that this bill would have on our youth if it were to pass. Youth is what we depend on. That's our life. That's our future. The message it would send to our children is that marijuana is safe and be consumed without significant consequences, and nothing could be further from the truth. The committee heard testimony from physicians regarding the disproportionate impact of THC can have on a still developing brain. It affects children differently than adults. It can lead to learning difficulties, reduced coordination, and even increased depression and anxiety. And what are we dealing with today with our youngsters? Mental health situations. Depressing, very depressing. And yet, this will add to that. We're already dealing with a mental health crisis in our state. We all know about it. We all have bills to do something about it. A mental health crisis. Youth, adults, suffering. We're building a new unit on the psychiatric, on New Hampshire Hospital. We just bought Hempstead Hospital. Why? Because of the mental health situation that's pervasive throughout our society. We don't have enough resources to properly treat those who struggle with mental illness. I'm concerned that the passage of this bill would exacerbate that problem. Our children already struggle with mental health issues caused by stress, bullying, and unrealistic expectations. From social media, and now we want to potentially send a message to them that recreational marijuana use is safe. If our children see their parents and other trusted adults using marijuana, it will desensitize them to it and further the false notion that marijuana is safe for them to consume. We already see that our teenage drivers are the age group that has the most traffic accidents. We've also seen evidence of increased traffic accidents in states that have legalized recreational marijuana use. This bill could have not just harmful, far-reaching, lifelong impacts on our children, but also deadly impacts. For these and other reasons, I urge my colleagues to support the motion of inexpedient to legislate. I've been around here for a long time. I've given a lot of speeches from this rostrum, and I don't change many minds. I can tell you that. But I offer you my sincere and deepest reasons, my family, those that I love and care for. I worry about them. I worry about their future. And no family is without the negatives that this brings. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Fenton to speak.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition of the motion of inexpedient to legislate on HB 639. We are all aware of the fact that New Hampshire is an island of prohibition among our neighbors when it comes to the implementation in a regulated and legal cannabis market. I imagine we have all seen or heard of the long lines outside of dispensaries just across the border where the parking lots are full of license plates that say "Live Free or Die." Today, we have the opportunity to take back this lost revenue and reclaim a market that our neighboring states have taken advantage of. Establishing a responsible and regulated adult use market for cannabis here in New Hampshire is not only good public policy, but it will bring significant revenues to the state, recapturing revenue that is currently fleeing our state to neighboring states. Not passing HB 639 would rubber stamp the notion that New Hampshire lawmakers are perfectly okay with our citizens taking their dollars to neighboring states. In Maine's 2021 report, they stated that since their 2020 implementation of legal marijuana, more than 150 new businesses, consisting of several thousand employees, were created. Their wholesale earnings for that year were $23 million. We can create these same jobs and attract this same workforce. Mr. President, I hate to give our neighbors so much credit, but Massachusetts collected $27 million in revenue. In total, their commission has generated $164 million contribution to their marijuana regulation fund through fees and excise tax revenues. In fact, Massachusetts has brought in over $4 billion of revenue since the sale of recreational marijuana began in 2018. In Vermont, as of February this year, revenue from their cannabis tax is a total of $1.6 million to date. Colleagues, these are big numbers. These revenues are significant, and New Hampshire is being kept out of the market by our current laws. We are well aware that there is cannabis use in this state, whether it is through the black market or of individuals simply taking a drive across the border. Therefore, looking at this from a business perspective, it is time that New Hampshire stops missing out on this revenue opportunity. Let's legalize cannabis like everyone around us, and let's do it the New Hampshire way with HB 639. This will put us on a path to reap the revenue that New Hampshire is missing out on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. Senator Pearl, a question of?
Thank you, Mr. President. The senator from District 23.
Senator Gannon.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You know, I've heard a lot of discussion about the live free or die state, and I generally am very much a limited government person. But you said something that caught my attention when you were speaking. I'm looking at the bill, and you were talking about public consumption. The bill says no person shall smoke or vape cannabis in a public place where the smoking or vaporizing of tobacco products is prohibited. You touched on a point that caught my attention. I don't want the kids that were here today in the audience. We have fourth grade classes here on a very regular basis. Am I to understand that if we pass this bill, people could be standing out here on the front lawn of the State House publicly smoking marijuana while these kids were coming in to tour our State House?
Yes, that is correct.
That's not acceptable to me. Thank you.
No, it isn't. Thank you.
Senator Whitley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion of inexpedient to legislate on this bill. This is another debate that we have had year after year, even when the will of Granite Staters has been made crystal clear to this body. Granite Staters want cannabis legalized in New Hampshire. And to put a finer point on it, 74% of Granite Staters want cannabis legalized in New Hampshire. And to the voters I talked to, they've waited long enough for the New Hampshire legislature to act. This year, HB 639 was sent to us by the House, voted out in a very bipartisan manner after months and months of diligent work by a diverse group of stakeholders assessing the various nuances to cannabis legalization in our state. So let's talk about what HB 639 would do. This bill, as passed by the House, would establish a responsible and regulated adult use market for cannabis, meaning adults over the age of 21 could possess up to 4 ounces of marijuana. It would also create state-licensed private retail sales. It would preserve and integrate the medical marijuana program. It would allow localities to regulate or ban marijuana businesses in their communities, and it would establish a 12.5% tax on final products sold to retailers. And after administrative costs, allocate this revenue to very specific sources. These are the facts of the bill as they stand today. So now let's dispel some myths around marijuana legalization, because there are a lot of them. To begin with, cannabis legalization will not increase crimes. Let's look at the data and let's look at the facts. In fact, in other states, legalization has not substantially affected crime rates. And according to a multi-year study of Colorado and Washington, may have improved crime clearance rates. Marijuana legalization will also not increase youth use of cannabis. Now, many in this body know children are my favorite people. I am a mother myself. I care deeply about children in the Granite State, all children. And that's why I was comforted to know that multiple studies have found no increase in youth use in states that have legalized marijuana. Those are the facts. In fact, a recent article in the Journal of the American Medical Association noted that recreational marijuana laws were associated with an 8% decrease in the odds of marijuana use. 8%. And a 9% decrease in the odds of frequent marijuana use. Those are the facts. Lastly, marijuana legalization will not increase opiate death. In fact, it's the opposite. Evidence suggests that legalization is connected with a reduction in opiate-related deaths, particularly the ones that we are so concerned with in New Hampshire, those deaths associated with synthetic opiates, such as fentanyl. At the end of the day, stakeholders who worked on this legislation took on the vital task of assessing the judicial harms of marijuana prohibition in our state and how continuing to criminalize the sale of cannabis perpetuates the failed war on drugs. A war that we know has caused irreparable and irreversible harm to generations of our marginalized communities, and that continues to plague our criminal justice system today. Those are the facts. And we see those impacts here in New Hampshire. This is a New Hampshire problem. These are facts that you are all well aware of. In 2010, Black Granite Staters were 2.6 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession when compared with white people, despite both groups using marijuana at nearly the same rate. 10 years later, as of 2020, that disparity has nearly doubled, as Granite Staters are 4.8 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession. Mr. President, that is staggering and something we should all be concerned with. Colleagues, decriminalization of marijuana was just not enough. Decriminalization has not changed the realities of having a criminal record, which brings serious collateral consequences. We're all aware of those consequences, limited access to employment, housing, child custody, among others. This is something, a criminal record is something that can alter the course of someone's entire life. We have to reckon with the harms that marijuana prohibition has caused in our communities, and we have to come to the table with solutions. Our constituents are asking for it. They're saying to us that the live-free state should not be punishing adults for marijuana. Mr. President, HB 639 is good policy for New Hampshire because it reflects the lessons learned from 21 other states that have already legalized marijuana, yet it also reflects the priorities that we have identified here in New Hampshire. Let's be honest. We all know that cannabis has long been readily available to New Hampshire residents, both children and adults. But continuing prohibition has simply not stopped anyone from using cannabis. It hasn't. It simply deprives New Hampshire of the economic opportunities that come with legalization, along, importantly, with the ability to determine safeguards for products sold to our residents. Colleagues, like alcohol prohibition a century ago, cannabis prohibition has been an abject failure. Only legalization allows for the controls that we need to foster public health and safety that we care so deeply about, including by ensuring that cannabis is lab tested and sold at highly regulated establishments. That's how we keep Granite Staters safe. New Hampshire cannot let another year go past without legalizing and regulating cannabis for adults. Cannabis prohibition is a failed policy that has torn apart families, wasted our very limited resources, and it makes it impossible to enact these important health and safety regulations that control where, when, and to whom cannabis is sold. I would ask my colleagues to vote with the vast majority of Granite Staters. Listen to your constituents, my constituents, our constituents. Today is the day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Birdsall for a question or to speak?
Question of the senator from District 15. Thank you for taking my question. Senator, you recently received a letter from the Communities for Alcohol and Drug-Free Youth, and the letter cites your lifelong advocacy, and I agree, your lifelong advocacy for children, your deep commitments to protecting the most vulnerable amongst us. But so why are you interested in sponsoring legislation that could feasibly put children at risk?
Thank you for the question, because I actually don't think that. I would never promote a policy that I think would harm our youth. You heard in my remarks that the data shows us that legalization does not increase youth use. It just doesn't. And the youth that are accessing cannabis in our state now are doing it on the black market. We don't know what those products are, right? So legalizing and giving us the opportunity to regulate these products, I think, are the most important way that we can keep our children safe and ensure those public health controls.
Follow-up? One last question. So how do you respond to the experts that are trying to prevent addiction and other health risks from children from legalized marijuana?
Thank you for the question. And I heard similar testimony, but I have also seen contradictory evidence. So like I said in my remarks, we have seen in the states that have legalized, again, marijuana use among youth has not increased. And yet we have seen in those states, opioid-related deaths have decreased. That's again because they are regulating these products, those products that are frequently laced in the black market with things we don't know about it. We have to get a handle on that to improve the safety for our children.
Thank you.
Senator Chandley to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I find myself in a very interesting position because I have never been a particular proponent of this legislation, nor have I sponsored such legislation. But the prospect of regulation through HB 639 prompts me to rise in opposition to the ITL motion. As many of the reasons were cited by my colleague from District 15 about regulation and the effects of that regulation will have on cannabis use in our state, and I think those are very important factors to consider. I have a few more that I'd like to share with you. I don't think any one of us would disagree that there can be significant harmful outcomes from marijuana that is purchased on an illicit market. Those range from health outcomes to criminal outcomes, and those can be incredibly difficult and dangerous to the people of our state. Illicit cannabis often has dangerous pesticides, molds, heavy metals, and even other drugs contained in it or it is laced with. This poses a serious risk to our residents and is one we cannot ignore. We know that the black market for cannabis exists in New Hampshire and that no sector of our population is free from those dangers. Our friends, neighbors, and many individuals in our lives, maybe even some people in this room, have likely at one point or another purchased cannabis off the black market. Do they know what is being purchased? New Hampshire's prohibition on cannabis is not stopping our residents from using. The risk of tainted products is real, and given the fact that we already have decriminalized cannabis in this state, it is time to reduce the black market and legalize cannabis. Legalization and regulation allows for lab testing, potency rules, and consumer education about possible risks. By creating a highly regulated and responsible market, we will ensure that individuals in our lives who choose to partake of cannabis are able to do so with some degree of safety. They will be protected from certain elements, that they will not be purchasing an unknown substance that could have significant and dire consequences to their lives. Further, as we discussed at length during the decriminalization debate, through research, we have come to realize that marijuana is not what some might call a gateway drug. And I'm going to mention the senator from District 23 cited information that, and I'm going to be paraphrasing his words, but that most people who use opioids and other hard drugs have in fact used cannabis. That may be true. That doesn't mean that most people who use cannabis will then use hard drugs, including opioids. If I can just talk a little bit about the people who testified before us against 639. Many of those folks described terrible incidents of use by children and teens. They talked about lots of traumatic experiences with drugs and the tragic consequences of substance misuse. What their testimony did not address was how the failure and ITL of HB 639 would improve the situation. Their testimony, in fact, persuaded me that we are not doing all that we should. The current system is not working, and I really implore this body to consider voting down the ITL motion and moving this bill forward, because I believe that some form of regulation is essential to the well-being and future of our state. You know, I really believe that if we are truly invested and interested in tackling the opioid crisis, we should be looking to engage in harm reduction. And when it comes to cannabis, and we need to talk about the solutions that will make a difference for those suffering from addiction, like mental health supports, recognizing that we need to be providing more in the area of mental health and well-being, and it is time to consider the long-term public health impacts of what this bill will and will not do. We must allow for the responsible, thoughtful regulation and management of the production, distribution, and sale of cannabis in our state by voting down the motion of inexpedient to legislate so that we may bring forth an ought-to-pass motion. And my final comment would be, this bill would, in fact, it's really important that we recognize that this bill is about permitting adult use, not use by children, and that it, in fact, would prohibit driving under the influence, public smoking in anywhere that is currently illegal to smoke. I do believe those efforts would increase our harm reduction efforts. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Senator Gannon for a question.
Senator Whitley, if you should take my question. I got to get the balance thing down. Thanks for taking my question, Senator.
Absolutely.
I think you might be aware that the U.S. Surgeon General, he has a marijuana advisory, and it says that frequent marijuana use during adolescence is associated with, I'll just give you a few of the things, deficits in attention and memory, impaired learning, declines in IQ and school performance, increased rates of school absence, suicide attempts, and early onset of psychotic disorders and schizophrenia. And we heard a lot of testimony on the increase. We had doctors talking about the schizophrenia, especially amongst young men in our committee. I was watching from afar. So I assume you would believe we should follow the science, correct? So do you disagree with the Surgeon General's statements in his advisory?
Thank you for the question. And I'm going to repeat for, I think now the third time, that there is ample evidence that marijuana legalization for adults, it does not increase youth use. And now, you know, I'm going to again cite what I cited before, that the Journal of American Medical Association noted that recreational marijuana laws were associated with an 8% decrease in the odds of marijuana use and a 9% decrease in the odds of frequent marijuana use among children. We have to look at the facts. Healthy Kids Colorado survey results indicate no significant change in the past 30-day use of marijuana by middle and high school age youth between 2013 and 2019. Numerous studies, it's not just one, numerous studies have shown that adolescent cannabis use has not increased in states that legalize cannabis for adults. And I will say, that the National Institute on Drug Abuse director recently testified that in the United States, legalization by some states of marijuana has, again, not been associated with an increase in adolescent marijuana use. Those are the facts, and that's what I'm relying upon.
Quick follow-up, if possible, if you'll take it. So again, my question was, do you disagree with the Surgeon General and what he's saying is the science? He's saying it causes all these problems amongst youth. Are you saying you disagree with that?
Thank you for the question. I'm not disagreeing with it, but I don't think it's relevant to this conversation.
Okay,
Youth already use marijuana right now in our state. It's undeniable. And what I want to see is a decrease in that use. And if we legalize, that's what I'm hearing will happen. There will be a decrease. So thank you.
Final follow-up? If you'll take it. Okay. So if we start selling it in Salem or Plastow and we have, another on top of our black market, which other states show do not go down, now we're going to be legally selling it, increasing the supply in the communities. Parents are going to be smoking it. Kids are going to be aware they're smoking it. We're going to be aware that it's a legal product. Do you not think that's going to increase youth use?
No, because the facts tell us otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have Senator Ricciardi next. Senator Ricciardi to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to say that my colleague from District 20 and 23 really covered what I wanted to say, but after listening, I wanted to add a couple of points, talking about that people of New Hampshire want it. But we do have a public sentiment, according to the National Emerson College poll, 62% of registered voters do not support legalizing marijuana when presented with other non-legalization policy options. This is a new poll, and it's very accurate. I want to talk a little bit about the revenues that were mentioned. So, in every state where it's legal, the revenue that has been promised has not been generated. There is no evidence that New Hampshire will be any different. Colorado, December 5th, 2020. Colorado is expecting $100 million shortfall in cannabis tax revenue. The cannabis industry is going through layoffs. People are losing their jobs and small business owners are going under. Massachusetts, November 13th, 2022, Boston Globe. As recreational marijuana prices plummet in Massachusetts, medical sales slump. I want to talk about the increase when you legalize marijuana to the black market. So you have young children that say, okay, well, now it's legal. That gives them a sense of safety, a sense of relaxation that, well, maybe it's not so bad. Now, the legal places selling this, they have to pay property taxes, withholding taxes, and they have to make a profit. So they're going to be more. This is a segue for the illicit black market to come in and undercut, and it will cause more harm, more addictions, and more death. And I think that now is not the time. Now is not the time when we have an uptick in mental illness and so many other things facing our youth. Our youth is our future. They are our most vulnerable. This is who we should be thinking about. The only people who are going to really benefit from legalizing marijuana today, the way this bill is the people selling it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. I believe, Senator Carson, you're recognized to ask a question
Yes.
of
Thank you, Mr. President, of the senator from District 11.
Senator Chandley.
Yes. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. And thank you for bringing up the questions concerning public health risks. And I wanted to ask you if you recalled the testimony that we had received from an individual who was a certified prevention specialist and a member of Maine's Cannabis Advisory Commission, where he talked about his own experiences in dealing with the legalization of cannabis in Maine. And he stated that when cannabis is commercialized, it created public health risks. He said, no state has the capacity to meaningfully address the risks presented to public health from commercialized cannabis. He said that their efforts in Maine to establish public health outcomes, the benefits to offset the potential negative consequences did not work. So my question to you, Senator, is if this bill passes, what do you believe should be in the bill to address the risk of public health?
Thank you for that question. I do believe there already are some provisions in the bill which would put some funding and create a charge for the Department of Health and Human Services to work with the Governor's Council on alcohol and drugs to mitigate any of the negative consequences of substance misuse. I think that's really important that we recognize in this body that there are problems with some of our currently legal drugs, such as alcohol, and we do try to address those in various ways in our communities. I think that's something that is included in the bill, and I think it's important that we recognize that. I do also think that we have to acknowledge that what we are currently doing is not working, that our continued prohibition against cannabis is not doing anything to reduce substance misuse in our community.
May I follow up, Mr. President? Thank you. It'll be the last one. Thank you. Do you think it would be advisable that before we legalize cannabis here in New Hampshire, that we examine the problems that the other states who have legalized cannabis, what they've faced, and how they face them? Just a question.
Yes, and I think that's one of the benefits we have is we are not among the first states to legalize. Because we do have the opportunity to look at what other states have done, this legislation was drafted to take into account what other states have experienced. I furthermore would suggest that we often encounter, after we have passed legislation, places where we can improve and we can tweak our legislation. And I certainly think if 639 passed as it is today, we would always be open to improving it if at all necessary.
Thank you.
Senator Avard for a question of?
Senator from District 20, the Dean.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Senator, thank you for taking my question. You stated that you've taught for over 50 years in this state. And in that 50 years that you taught, have you ever heard of an elementary or a junior high school being shut down because children ingested marijuana?
Thank you for the question. No.
Follow-up? Senator, are you aware that in the state where it's legal to the south of our border, that at least 2 or 3 elementary schools have shut down because children have ingested gummies or some form of marijuana?
I don't know that, but I take your word for it.
So one final follow-up. So if I take this logical conclusion, in your 50 years of not seeing it happen in New Hampshire where it's illegal, and it's legal in Massachusetts, and kids are ingesting it, and they're shutting down the schools because of the poisoning, would I logically think, hey, this isn't a good thing for New Hampshire?
I think, again, thank you for the comment. Sure. If you applied the logic and extended it, you'd say, absolutely.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator.
You're welcome.
Senator Chandley, did you have a question of someone?
No, thanks.
Okay. The bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion. I have Senator Gendro to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things that we've been doing this afternoon is talking about an awful lot of facts. Facts usually don't change minds. Facts usually don't change hearts. Personal stories do, emotional stories that are transpired as a result of the facts. And one fact that we've danced around all afternoon is that marijuana is still illegal. It is still illegal. Now, it's federal, a lot of states have passed it, but you can't dance around that fact. It is a Schedule I drug. The other fact that we've been dancing around and have kind of stated is that according to the National Academy of Sciences, the opioid crisis is worsening where marijuana has been legalized. That is a fact. Drug driving, we all know that our officers cannot test if a person is under the influence, can with drunk driving, but not with drug driving. And do I need to remind us that State Police Sergeant Jesse Sherrill was killed by a trucker with THC in his blood? But no way to test it. But they know he was killed as a result of this driver having THC in his blood. The potency level, now it's not our grandparents' pot anymore. You know, the pot at Woodstock, 3 to 4%, but now they're saying THC in marijuana has increased over 1,800%. And now the average potency for edibles and extracted products, 68 to 75%. So the moment a joint is smoked or a moment a gummy is taken, a person is stoned. It's not a process anymore. It's an immediate, they're stoned. As far as revenues, we keep talking about revenues, and the good senator from District 10 talked about revenues. My question is, what is a life worth? If we have our kiddos smoking and experimenting with drugs, and we lose one kiddo as a result because we have legalized marijuana, what's that value? Can we say the revenue for the state of New Hampshire, if we were able to get 75,000, 75 million, is that really worth a life? To me, I don't think we can put a value on a life. So no amount of revenue that we could earn here in the state of New Hampshire based on an illegal drug is worth it. And by the way, Maine closed over 1,000 pot shops last year because the market was flooded and they just weren't making the money. And just as the good senator from District 9 said, there's shortfalls. So the expected revenue isn't there anyways. As far as the illicit market, there will be an increase in New Hampshire law enforcement investigations that involve illicit cannabis trafficking. And then I'll just leave you with this. As far as the impact on youth and kiddos, there is youth marijuana use increases after legalization. Again, another fact. It does. I don't have all the statistics with me, but it is known. Every state that has legalized it has seen an uptick in youth. Ask the superintendent at your school, the principal. You know, they're vaping in the bathroom, and they're also smoking dope in the bathroom. It's not legal, but they're still smoking dope and they're vaping. So will they not continue to do that? They absolutely will. And the heartfelt stories, you know, people talk about that marijuana is not a gateway drug. I say baloney. It is a gateway drug. I had a gentleman meet me in the post office in Littleton, and literally, tears in his eyes, started to bawl, and he said, please do not legalize marijuana. He said, I lost my grandson. It started with him smoking pot in college, and we lost him due to a heroin overdose. And I know all of you can share those stories. I know you can. And we should be listening to those stories. My own family, my niece, started out smoking pot, and we almost lost her twice. But the end of the story is this, and it's a good ending. She got into rehab, recovery, and today she's married, got a full-time job, and she's doing very well. But why should we have to wait till that happens for our youth to go through that and for us to experience it? So thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to share this.
Thank you, Senator Gendro. Senator Birdsall to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And here we are again, debating legalization. A lot of my talking points have been already used up, but I will, it's always good to repeat them. There is a new Emerson College poll finds that 53% of New Hampshire voters oppose commercialized marijuana market. The new poll conducted by Emerson College found that the majority of voters support other non-legalization marijuana policies, prohibition, decriminalization, or medical legalization, while only 47% believe the state should move to legalize and commercialize marijuana for production, recreational use, and sales like in stores. Support is notably low among African Americans in New Hampshire, with only 10.5% supporting recreational legalization and 42% supporting keeping marijuana legal. Let's go to the mental health issues. Some of that has been covered, but a study from Denmark with the National Institute of Drug Abuse and NIH suggested that the proportion of new schizophrenia cases that may be attributed to cannabis use disorder has consistently increased over the past 5 decades. The authors note that this increase is likely linked to the higher potency of cannabis and increasing prevalence in diagnosed cannabis use disorder over time. And one unknown statistic is found that many of the mass shootings, while we want to complain about the guns, mass shooters at Representative Gibby Gifford's constituent meeting in Tucson, Arizona in 2011, the movie theater in Aurora, the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida, the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs, Texas, and the shooting in Parkland, Florida, were reported positive for marijuana. All the shooters were positive for marijuana. It's already been stated, but the impacts of marijuana use in New Hampshire fatal crashes. In the past 2 years, 26 fatalities on New Hampshire roadways involved operators who had been used marijuana before the crash. Since 2008, marijuana has played a role in 52% of drug-related crashes involving a fatality. Of the fatalities involved in the drug-related crashes, 3 out of 4 of the victims were the operators, while 1 out of 4 were victims through no fault of their own. And again, our own Sergeant Jesse Sherritt on October 28th, 2021, was killed by someone, a driver who had THC in his system. The commerce, or the black market, is prevalent in every place that has legalized. California has been at the forefront of this experiment, and it's not turning out well. High taxes and regulations have made it harder for state-licensed businesses to make money. Significantly higher prices in the state-regulated market have led to a boom in the black market controlled by drug cartels, which has led to violence and theft. The San Francisco Gate reported last month that thousands of legal shops in the state are expected to go out of business this year, and you can't make money in this market, said a former owner of one of the state's first dispensaries. The story explained that illegal pot farmers and dealers continue to proliferate and undercut legitimate retailers. Oklahoma is a real test. Oklahoma now has more marijuana facilities than Colorado, Oregon, and Washington combined. But for the marijuana industry, which makes millions of drug addiction, that is not enough. They want more. The drug cartels from not just south of the border, but also Asia, are now deeply ingrained in Oklahoma, operating grow facilities that ship marijuana across the country. Oklahomans often now wake up to read the news about the latest execution-style murder, human trafficking, or prostitution at grow facilities in rural Oklahoma. And now Oklahoma is the top source for black market marijuana in the country. Massachusetts also, as was explained, they're not showing the revenues that they had anticipated. And my final point is going to be about the kiddos. Last year, the Northern New England Poison Center handled 62 cases of New Hampshire residents sickened with exposure to cannabis. 19 involved children under 6, and most of them had consumed cannabis edibles. A study published in the journal Pediatrics found the number of pediatric exposures to edible cannabis products in children under 6 jumped from 207 in 2017 to 3,054 in 2021. The overwhelming majority, 97%, occurred in residential settings, and most children, nearly 91%, were in their own homes. Nearly 23% of the children were admitted to the hospital, and a third of those were admitted to critical care units. 2-year-olds accounted for nearly 28% of cases, and 3-year-olds for nearly 25%. I would suggest that our kids deserve better in this state, and our parents deserve better. I have been told, and I've said this before, some of you are new, you haven't heard it before, but when I was a kid, my mother, I'd always want to follow my friends. And my mother would always tell me, Regina, if your friends are running off the cliff, are you going to go with them? And New Hampshire needs to stay away from that cliff. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. Senator Prentice for a question.
Yes, a question of the senator from District 15.
I know.
And if I may, I have 3 I'll ask for follow-ups. Okay, thank you. So first, I just wanted to gain clarity. I've heard in this chamber today that adult legalization of cannabis increases youth use of cannabis, and I've also heard that adult legalization decreases youth use. Can you provide clarity for me on that?
Yeah, so I
believe that you had cited,
Yeah.
you had a statistic that you cited. So I just want, since we have some data, I just want to bring that data to the
Right.
forefront.
So the first thing I want to make clear is that this bill relates to adult use, right? This is for 21 and older, just like alcohol, right? Let's be clear about that, just like alcohol. So there is this myth, and I will call it a myth because it's not backed by data, that marijuana legalization will increase youth use. But it's just not backed by fact. And in fact, the American Medical Association, a recent article in the Journal of the American Medical Association noted that recreational marijuana laws were associated with an 8% decrease in the odds of marijuana use in youth and a 9% decrease in the odds of frequent marijuana use in youth. So it's just the facts. I know that it's an emotional issue. I don't want my son smoking marijuana. I know, that's not good for a developing brain, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about adult use. We know that youth are using marijuana, and we want to do what we can to reduce that, right? The prohibition on cannabis is not stopping our children from smoking marijuana. It's just not. We have to do something else. And to me, legalizing it, regulating it, is apparently the way to do that. Thank you.
Follow-up? So I've heard a lot today during this particular debate about the status of youth mental health, and we all know that this is a real issue. But I can't put my fingers on it right now, but I recall at least one, possibly 2 pieces of legislation that were aimed at increasing access to mental health treatment for youth, including in our schools. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I know my friend from District 4 had a bill about mental health curriculum in schools. I believed it was retained in the House. And you're right, I had a bill, Senate Bill 265, that looked at the mental health supports, the behavioral health supports, not just mental health, but substance misuse supports that we provide in schools. It was not a lot of money, a few $1 million, and this body voted that ITL. A bill that would help reduce the mental health crisis in our schools, this body voted ITL this year. So if we really want to get serious about improving children's mental health, children's behavioral health, we would actually provide supports for them in school.
My last question was going to be for the clarity for the public, but I believe that you have already addressed this. But this is an adult cannabis legalization or children or both?
It's just for adults, just like alcohol, 21 and older.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Lang for a question.
Senator from District 15.
That's me.
Thank you for taking my question. So my question is a follow-up to the senator from District 17's question to District 23 about public consumption and the fact that this bill, as written, would allow somebody to sit just outside the State House, and all these fourth graders are coming in, and allow them to smoke. And we've all heard the phrase "contact high." Allow somebody to sit out there and smoke in front of it. Those children as they're coming through into the State House, but also to expand upon that is every public park in the state where kids are present. This would allow people to be able to smoke marijuana in the presence of children. And besides that being just a bad optic, don't you think that that's a really bad policy that we allow that, and that this public consumption that's allowed in this bill without very many barriers at all is really bad policy for children, and that we should probably, does that change your opinion at all on this bill, the fact that that's allowed?
Thank you for that question. You know, that issue was raised, but it's pretty clear in the bill that any place where there's, prohibited public smoking, you can't smoke marijuana in front of children. Terrible, terrible health outcomes. I think if we really care about, youth health, wouldn't we prohibit smoking of cigarettes on the state lawn? Let's do that. I'm all for that. Same thing with public parks. There are some communities like my own that do prohibit smoking cigarettes at playgrounds and things like that. Same thing would apply for marijuana. Those are absolutely things that I would support. Consuming alcohol, right? I take my son to a restaurant. He sees me have a glass of wine responsibly, right? And so, again, but those are places where you can't smoke cigarettes. They wouldn't be places where you could smoke marijuana. So absolutely, I don't want to see my son, or be in places where marijuana is being smoked. And I think absolutely we should, make those restrictions like we do with cigarettes. Thank you.
But it's clear that this bill doesn't do that, does it? It would allow the smoking of marijuana in the presence of children if smoking itself was allowed.
Correct.
Senator Gannon for a question.
President, question for the gentlewoman from District 1.
Senator Gendron.
I will take your question.
Thank you for taking my question. Senator, would you believe, according to the Hudson Institute and many others that have found, that the facts are that Colorado and all the states that have accompanied it on the path toward legalization have now emerged as the states with the highest percentage of youth users, well above the national average? Would you believe that, Senator?
Yes, I would.
Further, can I ask you one more follow-up?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And would you also believe that, we'll just take Colorado because they were one of the early states, for the entire population 12 and over in Colorado, marijuana use has increased starkly since legalization, rising 30% above to become third in the nation, 76% above the national average. Would you believe that, Senator?
Yes, I do believe that.
Thank you very much.
Senator Carson for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. The senator from District 1. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. You had talked about some facts and figures, so I have some here. So these are going to be a series of would you believe questions. The CDC reported that in 2019, 37% of high school students in the United States reported lifetime use of marijuana. 22% reported use in the past 30 days. Teen rates of vaping marijuana remained steady in 2020, following increases in 2018 and 2019. However, large percentages of middle and high school students reported past year marijuana vaping, 8% of 8th graders, 19% of 10th graders, and 22% of 12th graders. Would you believe?
Absolutely.
May I follow up, Mr. President? The American Academy of Pediatrics found that between 2017 and 2019, there were 4,172 cannabis exposure cases among children between the ages of 0 and 9. Nearly half of the exposures, 45.7%, were from edible marijuana. Pediatric exposures to cannabis increased overall between 2017 and 2019, and exposures were more frequent and more likely to be from edibles in states that legalize adult recreational use. Would you believe?
I do.
Mr. President, may I follow up? Thank you. A study conducted by the Poison Center Research on trends in overall drug use and abuse by children and adolescents found that all of the drugs studied between 2000 and 2020, marijuana exposure rates had the highest average monthly increase overall, with the most dramatic rise occurring from 2017 to 2020. Edible marijuana preparations accounted for the highest increase in all call rates compared with all other forms of marijuana. The study described an upward trend in marijuana use or abuse among youth, especially those involving edible products. These findings highlight an ongoing concern about the impact of rapidly evolving cannabis legalization on this vulnerable population. Would you believe?
Absolutely.
Mr. President, may I follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Senator, I just received an article here today that was published in Psychological Magazine. It was a study that was done by the National Institute on Drug Abuse and Mental Health Services in the capital region of Denmark in the National Institutes of Health. They analyzed data for more than 6 million people in Denmark. And what they found was that the study adds to the mounting evidence that the heavy use of high-potency pot can be harmful for people's mental health, particularly for young people. And this comes about as several states have recently legalized recreational marijuana use or are about to. Would you believe?
I do.
Okay, Mr. President, one last question. Thank you very much. And Senator, would you believe that we had testimony in committee from a young woman who's a senior at Raymond High School who described her experience as a student when marijuana is prevalent? And Senator, would you agree with this statement? She said youth have been desensitized to marijuana due to adult complacency. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Gendro. Senator Carson. I believe that this bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Senator Susi, are you discussing?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. President, very briefly. I've listened to all of the debate, and I'll be quite frank with all of you. I've had this conversation with several of you. This is an issue that I find extremely challenging. Part of the reason is that there are clearly competing facts. Many people spoke very eloquently and pointed to facts. And I think depending on which state you use, which poll you refer to, which journal you read, there's a lot of competing evidence, a lot of competing facts about the use of this product. It's something that I have had to ask a lot of questions about because I have no familiarity with use of the product. Not my thing. I just don't get it, but that's fine. What I do see and understand, though, is that it's clear to me that there are people throughout this state already consuming this product. They're consuming it in various forms because they're traveling to Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, maybe Canada. We are encircled. We are New Hampshire. We don't do things just because other people, other states do them. I firmly believe that. But the fact that every other state around us does make this product available does put us in sort of a precarious position. And as I said, I'm certainly not an ardent supporter, but I've become less of an ardent opponent. Over time, I came very slowly at supporting medical marijuana, and I've seen the impact that it's had
on people that are suffering with chronic pain, people that are potentially the end stages of their lives, being able to cope. But I think what tips the scales, and it doesn't tip it real far, but what continues to concern me is the use of this product from unregulated sources. What continues to concern me is that people are using and consuming, and if you're someone like my colleague from District 22 and I spoke, less than, 0.6 miles from the border of your town, are plenty of dispensaries where people can purchase this product. In other parts of the state, that's not the case. It's a little farther to drive out to the borders, although nowhere that far here in New Hampshire. But what that means is that people are consuming this product potentially laced with pesticides, potentially laced with heavy metals, but even more importantly, and scariest of all to me, is the consumption of this product potentially laced with fentanyl. And fentanyl is the thing that we have to be most concerned with. It's the thing that is actually killing people. And it's killing them in many cases unbeknownst to them because they're consuming something that isn't regulated. Now, as I said, I have in the past been an opponent. I share many of the concerns expressed about young developing brains and young people accessing this product. But I dare say we are not recognizing the reality of what's already happening currently in our state. I think this debate has been going on for many years. If we don't enact this legislation today, that's fine, but it's going to go on for many more to come. This is a topical issue. It's an issue that people have very strong, as I said, very strong and fervent opinions for and against. But it's our job when we got elected to grapple with these tough issues, to weigh the facts as best we can individually. And as I said, I'm not all on one side or all on the other, but I know I have to cast a vote today. And I'm going to do so. I think we all just have to continue to listen to each other, respect each other, hopefully not continue for too many more years to be challenged by this issue, but we are going to be challenged by this issue one way or another. So with that, this debate has probably gone on long enough, and I've probably said more than enough. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. I have no one else asking questions or signed up to speak. So in that case, the question is on adoption of the recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. A roll call has been called for by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Lang. The parliamentary situation is as follows. If you're in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, you would say yes. If you're opposed to that motion, you would say no. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted, 14-10. And I think it would be a good idea to have a 5-minute recess. The Senate will be in recess till 3 o'clock. The Senate will please come back into session. I recognize Senator Fenton for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am happy to welcome the Keene Community Adult Education Group.
Thank you, and enjoy the State House. The Senate will be please attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, House Bill 655 FN, an act relative to the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 655 ought to pass. House Bill 655 was filed as a result of a study committee from last summer. This study committee's recommendation was that the responsibilities of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification needed to be clarified and standardized in order to address the concerns of the various professional licensing boards. House Bill 655 also makes no mention of any of the boards by name and is only intended to standardize the process of obtaining licenses in New Hampshire where there are not any non-quantifiable requirements being considered, to provide more investigation and disciplinary power to the OPLC by not requiring permission from the individual boards before investigating individuals, and to streamline the communication between the various boards and OPLC. A majority of the Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is now on second reading. Senator Perkins-Quokka. There is further discussion. Thank you.
I could have let you get there, Mr. President. Yeah, thank you. And I rise in opposition of the motion that ought to pass, but I do want to accompany that with a thank you to my fellow committee members on ED&A, because I do think our work on this bill continues. And so I'm rising in opposition today only to say that the version of the bill in front of us, you know, I am aware that there are 15 to 20 issues we heard about in committee. And so we are in the process of working on those issues. We're working on them together. We hope to bring them forward on another bill. And so hopefully those will all come together. We can vote on those bills together, and we can all feel comfortable supporting this important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Quokka. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question, which is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 655 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. And with that, we will now turn to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 377 FN, an act relative to screening and intervention in public schools and public charter schools for dyslexia and related disorders, establishing in addition adequate education grants for certain pupils screened for dyslexia and related disorders. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 377 FN ought to pass. This bill requires additional dyslexia and related disorder screening and intervention for kindergarten through second grade students. It is assumed any cost to the individual local school districts would occur in fiscal year 2024 and beyond. However, I did have a conversation with the sponsor of the bill, and she said the screening and intervention can both be done by current classroom teachers with materials provided by New Hampshire DOE reading specialists, so there should be very little cost to the school districts. So with that, the Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 377 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. on House Bill 377. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 377 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 555 FNA, an act appropriating state general fund surplus towards the retirement system unfunded accrued liability. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Gray has moved to table. The motion is non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of tabling, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 555 is tabled. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 217, an act establishing a committee to study the effects of fluoride on fetuses and children. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-1. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
No. Thank you, Mr. President. I move inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 217. House Bill 217 would establish a study committee to examine the effects of fluoride on fetuses and children. The committee heard testimony from the dental professionals in the field, including the New Hampshire Dental Society, the New Hampshire Oral Health Coalition, and the New Hampshire Public Health Association, who all testified that community water fluoridation has been proven safe and effective at preventing cavities and protecting teeth. A majority of the committee felt that if there is a new scientific data available on fluoride, then it should be reviewed by trained medical who have the specialty to evaluate scientific studies at the granular level required by House Bill 217. For these reasons, a majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 217. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 217. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 642 FN, an act relative to the waitlist registry budget flexibility for services for developmentally disabled. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that HB 642 FN ought to pass with amendment. HB 642 FN would allow for people with disabilities who receive funds from the Bureau of Disability Services to apply for an increase in their budget. Currently, a person's budget can only change if their medical needs change. This means budgets have not kept pace with rising labor costs and inflation. And in the midst of a shortage in healthcare workers, disability services are only becoming more expensive. As a result, some people who have been receiving DBS funds for years are no longer able to afford the services they need for their disability. They simply cannot pay for care with the same budget they had 5 years ago. HB 642 FN would allow a person with a disability to apply for an increase in their budget if their budget is over 24 months old and can no longer cover the cost of their services. This will ensure that people with disabilities in New Hampshire receive the care they need to live healthy and fulfilling lives. The committee amendment represents a compromise between the Bureau of Disability Services, the Disability Rights Center, and the numerous other stakeholders who came together on this bill. It will ensure that the department has the flexibility to respond to budgetary requests while also allowing the department to implement their ongoing rate review process. For these reasons, a majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on HB 624 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 642. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 642 is ordered to third reading. We'll now move to the Committee on Judiciary. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 31FN, an act repealing the prohibition on the possession or sale of blackjack, slingshots, or metallic knuckles. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-1. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to table.
Motion is non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? If you're in favor of tabling, you would vote aye. If you're opposed to tabling, you would vote no. Do you have a parliamentary inquiry? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I know that blackjack, slungshots, and metallic knuckles are blunt trauma weapons designed to increase the force of a punch or hit to more easily break bones or cause lacerations, and if I know New Hampshire communities are collectively clamoring for leadership in encouraging violence prevention, clamoring to turn down the heat of escalated encounters and minimize opportunities to do potentially lethal damage to each other, then will I now support the tabling motion on House Bill 31.
If you're in favor of tabling House Bill 31, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that motion, you would vote no. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of tabling House Bill 31, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. I believe the ayes have it. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. House Bill 31 is laid on the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 89, an act relative to posthumous exonerations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 89 inexpedient to legislate. This bill provides the general court the ability to provide some certain annulments or exonerations of convictions for specific individuals that have been identified. First of all, without getting into whether the annulment or exoneration of the conviction is warranted or not, this is a separation of powers issue. The legislative body is not the appropriate body to do this. That is something that the courts can do, or the executive office can grant an annulment. We had this bill in the House last term. As the chair of the House Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee, and I have respect for my friend from Hampstead, Representative Cushing, from Hampton, Representative Rennie Cushing, who actually put the bill in last term. We really worked hard. We retained the bill, and we really worked hard on to see if there was something we can do to address what the underlying intent was of the bill. And we concluded that this is just not the job of the legislature. We tried hard. So for that reason, I would ask that, although I respect the intent of the bill and what the points it's raising, this is not an appropriate topic for the legislator to address. Therefore, I move inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is on second reading. Open to further discussion. Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. The General Court recognizes that on occasion a mistake may be made in the criminal justice process that does not become evident until after the person who was the subject of the mistake is deceased, or, with the passage of time, the manifest injustice of a law or policy for which someone was arrested and prosecuted and punished becomes apparent after the person is deceased. We cannot go back in time and correct an unjust criminal prosecution. This bill, though, allows us to acknowledge that the injustice occurred and gives the general court the ability to posthumously exonerate individuals who have suffered unjustly at the hands of our criminal justice system. This bill did indeed originate with my friend and our former colleague, the late Rennie Cushing, representative and minority leader from Hampton. Respectfully to my colleague from District 22, that was not Representative Cushing's take on it. As a matter of fact, this was legislation he wanted to go forward, which is why we're here today. House Bill 89 would start by exonerating Eunice Goody Cole of Hampton, who is the only Granite Stater ever convicted of witchcraft in New Hampshire, and Willard Uphouse, who ran the World Fellowship Center in the White Mountains in Albany. These two people were chosen by the Honorable Cushing with care. They are connected in their experiences of suffering at the hands of mob rule and hysteria. Story time. Eunice Goody Cole's first charge came in 1656, 18 years after Hampton was founded in 1656, 18 years after Hampton was founded in 1638. Eunice and her husband William came to the colonies together as indentured servants. They worked and they were subsequently released from their debt, and they eventually settled in Hampton. Eunice Goody Cole was a strong-willed woman. She was labeled difficult, a difficult woman. So she was often at the snapping end of a disciplinary whip. Public whippings were common, and one time, while she was being whipped publicly, some very concerned Hampton citizens noticed previous scars and immediately started accusing her of having witches' marks on her body. Subsequent unexplainable occurrences around the town drummed up some more hysteria, and the townspeople of Hampton decided that Eunice Goody Cole must, of course, be doing witchcraft. So they, the people of Hampton, shipped her off to Boston, where she was whipped some more, and she would spend more than 10 years in prison. She petitioned the court to be released so she could come back to Hampton and care for her aging husband, William, and she was denied because she had outstanding boarding costs for being in prison that she couldn't pay. So her husband, William, died, left the house to his wife, Eunice, but since she had been sent away for being a witch in the first place, and witches can't own property, don't you know, the town of Hampton took the house. So now she's a destitute widow and convicted of being a witch. Nothing left to lose. She again asks the court for mercy, and this time the court says yes, on the condition that you leave Boston. Get out. Only problem is, she can't do that because she's broke, and she has to stay in prison for almost another 4 years, because remember, she doesn't have a house anymore. She has no collateral. And then some new town leaders are in Hampton, and they step up, they pay her bill, they bring her back home, give her a little shack to live in, and assigned different families around the town the task of feeding her once a week. But old habits die hard, and in 1673, she was accused of more witchcraft. Charges didn't stick, though, but she hung in there. Then in 1680, more accusations of witchcraft, but nothing comes of it. But the people did stop bringing her supplies, and she dies. She dies alone. And that's Eunice Goody Cole's story. There are accounts Legend says that the men who found her dead in her shack lying on her pile of hay buried her, but before they filled her grave, they drove a wooden spike through her heart so that they would be sure that her witchy ways would be buried with her. Fast forward to 1938, and Hampton formed a society to start to clear Goody Cole's name. At the 300th town meeting on March 8th in 1838, they took all of her court documents. They burned them and mixed the ash with some of the dirt from her original homestead that she had with William that she wasn't allowed to inherit. They put it in an urn, and you can go see that if you go to the Tuck Museum in Hampton, and there is a rock dedicated to her at Founders Park. Now let's do our part in 2003, and posthumously pardon this woman who suffered physically and psychologically from being accused and convicted of a crime that was just a figment of fear. That is who House Bill 89 seeks to posthumously exonerate first. Jump ahead 270 years, because this person's important too. The second one up for posthumous exoneration is Willard Uphouse. He was sent to prison in the 1950s by refusing to comply with a subpoena from the New Hampshire Attorney General, who demanded that Willard turn over a list of guests and correspondence of the World Fellowship Organization, the retreat in the White Mountains. The Attorney General wanted this information so that they could be combed through for connections with subversive organizations like the Communist Party. The World Fellowship Center was an educational family camp and retreat center in the White Mountains devoted to bringing people whose motivation to bring peace and social justice to our communities. And that was a really, really dangerous position to take back then. We all know that in the early 1950s, Senator Joseph McCarthy led the charge against communists in Washington, D.C. But there were a lot of states who couldn't let Senator McCarthy take all the limelight. So they started looking for their own and resurrecting their own witch trials. And for us here in New Hampshire, that was Attorney General Lewis Wyman. That was our guy. Senator McCarthy was stopped in 1954 when he was censured by the U.S. Senate. But our guy Wyman, he continued his investigations through the 1960s. Fun fact, Wyman even sent an informer to go to camp to try to report back on who was there and what they were doing. Refusing on principle to expose his people to politically motivated harassment, Willard Uphouse was convicted of contempt in Merrimack County Superior Court and sentenced for a year in jail or until he was purged of his contempt. At the age of 70, he was released in December of 1960, but not that long ago. He spent another 10 years at the World Fellowship, and he was awarded the Gandhi Peace Award for promoting enduring peace, and on his 90th birthday, he received the Sacco Vanzetti Memorial Award for Social Justice from the Community Church of Boston. William Uphouse was just one of many caught in the net of Attorney General Wyman's investigation, which finally came to an end in the mid-60s. And it should be noted that in the 15 years of this investigation, A.G. Wyman didn't find a single communist in New Hampshire. All he really found was a way to exploit people's fear. So now I hope you know a little bit about Granite Staters, Eunice Goody Cole, and Willard Uphouse. I hope you know them a little bit better. We did these people dirty. We got to fix it. In hindsight, both episodes are examples of what can happen when irrational fear or political fervor overcome good judgment. House Bill 89 acknowledges injustices that occurred in both cases and confirms that we can set the record straight and we can admit to our past mistakes. Please vote no on the committee recommendation of ought to pass so that a different motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Carson to speak for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the senator from District 22. Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your little bit of history, because we are talking about history today, on the history of this bill during your time as the chair of House Criminal Justice. I appreciate getting that background. As you well know, we did not get a lot of information about Goody Cole in our public hearing. But what concerns me is the fact that this all happened with Goody Cole in the 1600s. As we all know, New Hampshire wasn't its own colony until 1742. So we did not have our own government, and do you believe, as I believe, that if you're looking for any kind of exoneration, that it must come from Massachusetts, who governed this whole area, rather than New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question. When we were researching the bill, when I was a member of the House last term, that's the exact problem we ran into, was that New Hampshire wasn't even officially recognized as a colony in the 1600s. So who would grant an annulment or the pardon or however you want to do it is just not the state. The state of New Hampshire didn't exist and wasn't even recognized as a colony. It's either Massachusetts or England, but we didn't get that far. When we realized it was out of the hands of New Hampshire, that's when we kind of ended our research.
Thank you.
Bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. This comes up a lot. So just to be clear on our history, Hampton, originally called Winnicott, was founded in 1638 by the Reverend Stephen Batchelor. The settlements of Exeter, Dover, Hampton, and Portsmouth were considered part of the Massachusetts colony until 1680. Massachusetts has already taken responsibility and faced and posthumously pardoned the women that they persecuted as so-called witches. Eunice Goody Cole was from Winnicott, now Hampton, is ours, was ours, is always ours. She's a Granite Stater. Massachusetts doesn't consider her to be a Massachusetts person, so they have not exonerated her. It's our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. We historians, I just want to point out that New Hampshire was a province independent of Massachusetts from 1629 to 1641, from 1679 to 1686, the period covering Goody Cole's death, and then throughout the 18th century. So I think that we do have a responsibility here because she was a resident of a province of New Hampshire, not Massachusetts, at the time of her death. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Senator Avard moves for a roll call. Senator Lang seconds. The clerk will call the roll, sorry.
Okay. Senator Gendrew?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters? No. Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Polka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Bradley?
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 97FN, an act establishing an additional penalty for a violation of privacy. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5 to 0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 97 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill would increase the penalty for certain offenses that constitute a violation of privacy. This bill would create an additional penalty for repeated sexual assault, and the committee amendment would ensure that the second offense occurred after the first conviction in order for the perpetrator to be eligible to receive the increased penalty. Victims of sexual assault frequently suffer from depression, isolation, and unemployment due to these horrific crimes, where perpetrators of sexual assault frequently become more violent and pose greater risks to the community. This legislation will help protect survivors and interrupt cycles of abuse. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 97. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 97. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 97 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. I've had a request for a 2-minute recess. The Senate will come back to order, and please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 135FN, an act prohibiting no-knock warrants. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
I believe that Senator Murphy has a higher order motion, so I recognize Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be re-referred to committee.
Senator Murphy has moved re-refer to committee. Is there any discussion on re-refer to committee?
It's non-debatable.
Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of re-refer to committee on House Bill 135. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate, I'm sorry, the motion of re-refer to committee is adopted. My apologies. Okay, moving right along. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 156, an act relative to misconduct by a law enforcement officer. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that HB 156 to be inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have added intentional misrepresentation to the definition of misconduct for law enforcement. Although that sounds great on paper, it's already against the law. It's a criminal offense to file a false police report, and therefore this was just simply another example of anti-law enforcement legislation being pushed when our state is ahead of the game and already has this as a criminal penalty to prevent such behavior from happening in the first place. Therefore, this would have just simply been repetitive and therefore not necessary. So therefore, please join me in supporting the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Chanley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm truly perplexed by the motion of ITL and rise in opposition to it. First, I object wholeheartedly to the characterization of the measure as anti-law enforcement. It is no such thing, and I really want to make that very clear. This bill would add one simple phrase, one line to the existing misconduct statute. Currently, reports of misconduct by law enforcement officers, RSA 105:119, says, for the purposes of this section, misconduct means assault, sexual assault, bribery, fraud, theft, tampering with evidence, tampering with a witness, use of chokehold, or excessive and illegal use of force as defined by the New Hampshire Criminal Code. This bill would add, after tampering with a witness, intentional misrepresentation of a material fact in a police report as described in RSA 641:3. That's it. That's what this bill would do. There was no one signed in opposition to this bill. No one provided testimony in opposition to this bill. It is a good bill. I have the utmost respect for law enforcement. I know that the majority of our police officers, majority of our troopers, majority of our law enforcement agents are working to protect our communities, to do their jobs, to keep us safe, they work in service to our communities. But as in every single field, there are people who abuse the power that they have been given. There are people who make egregious mistakes that rise to the level of criminal conduct. This bill recognizes that. I have had several conversations with members of law enforcement where they have said to me, no one is more demanding of police officers than other police officers. No one wants police officers to be held to a higher standard than other police officers. For that reason, I support this bill. I think this bill is not not in any way anti-law enforcement. And in fact, it is very much in recognition of the good work that law enforcement does to hold accountable those who violate the standards we set. I ask you to support this bill. I ask you to vote against the ITL motion. Please join me. Vote against the ITL motion so we can pass this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Senator Prentice, do you have a question?
I do, Mr. President, of the senator from District 22.
Senator Adams.
Would you take my question?
Sure.
Thank you. So I believe that I heard you say in your introduction that this is already covered. This, basically it's about falsifying information or misrepresenting information in a police report, and this is already covered it's already covered in statute. So can you just take me there to where it is? Because how did we get here?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, if you look at the bill, it references RSA 641:3. It actually references the law that makes it illegal already. So any person, law enforcement or private civilian, who files a false police report, intentionally files a false police report, they're committing a crime. It's against the law. There's no exception for police officers. So it's against the law. It's a criminal act, and they would be prosecuted for that. At least they should be.
Okay, thank you.
The motion of inexpedient to legislate is the pending motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? Senator Avard has asked for a roll call. Senator Lang has seconded. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice? Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chandley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Perhaps we could suspend. It's my fault. I forgot that Senator D'Alessandro told me he had to be out of the room for about 10 minutes. I would suggest that we rescind this roll call for now and come back to it after moving on to the next debate. Is everybody all right with that? My apologies. I forgot. So we're ripping that one up, and we'll get back to the roll call on 156 when our friend is back. All right. Yes. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 201FN, an act relative to changing the penalties for driving without a license. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have changed the penalties for driving without a license to a violation unless the individual convicted for a second time within a 12-month period. First of all, what this really does is just reduce the penalty to essentially a violation offense, which is a non-arrestable offense, to the point that it's really unlikely to be prosecuted. It's very rare that a person being charged with this offense is only being charged with that offense. It's normally kind of trailing another offense, but in that case, that short look-back period, just think drunk driving, the look-back period for a subsequent offense is 10 years. We're making this 12 months. It makes the enforceability that's not really practical for the state. And some of the testimony we heard, some of the comments that were made even during the executive session suggested that this would help minority communities, basically illegal immigrants, drive and not be prosecuted for driving with a license. You're not granting them a driver's license, but you're now creating it, basically making it a parking ticket. That's not really, I believe, a fair way to go about this, because now the person's unlicensed, and we're just basically making it a parking ticket. What often happens when a person's arrested for driving without a license, you wouldn't even be able to search the vehicle. It's not probable cause to search the car now because it's not that it's a crime, it's a violation offense. So that's, again, another concern that creates some public safety concerns on top of it. So therefore, please join me in supporting the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there further discussion? Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the inexpedient to legislate motion. I thought this bill, was going to be a really easy fix to our current law. We heard from the bill sponsor that, in particular, our low-income families are the ones that are most impacted about this. I don't think there were any numbers presented to us saying that arrests don't happen or that this statute isn't used. We don't know that. It could be used. And when I hear about a law that I think is overly punitive, that's impacting our economically disadvantaged folks the most, that seems like an easy fix to me. So for those reasons, I will be voting against the ITL motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. I see no further discussion. So the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient on House Bill 201. Are you ready for the question? Senator Avard has asked for a roll call. Senator Lang has seconded. Are we ready for the question? The clerk will please call the roll on House Bill 201.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And then Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate passes 14-10. And the motion to inexpedient legislate is, it happened. All right. With apologies again to Senator D'Alessandro, who was out of the room when I called for the roll call. Senator D, you had told me 2 minutes before, but I forgot. It happens. So the parliamentary inquiry, the parliamentary situation on House Bill 156 is as follows. If you're in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that motion, you would vote no. Is everybody clear on that? All right. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted 14-10. We'll now move to House Bill 558, and the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred, House Bill 588 FN, an act relative to the criteria for applying for parole. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. HB 588 would allow eligibility of incarcerated people to apply for parole upon completion of 65% of the person's minimum sentence. Unfortunately, what this does is it really undermines the ability of the Truth in Sentencing Act. It really just kind of turns that upside down. And a lot of the reasons why we heard to change that policy had to do with incarceration rates. However, over the last 9 years, our incarceration rates have been reduced by over 30% and by 20% over the last 5 years. And those numbers are still trending. They have not plateaued. We've done a lot to increase the Earned Time Credits program to allow for early parole eligibility. So we've done a lot to reduce the incarceration without actually completely turning the system upside down. I think if this bill, if anything, it's well-intended, but it might be too much too soon. I think we should continue to look at this policy, but perhaps not go this far with it. Therefore, please join me in support of the committee's recommendation of any expedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the motion of ITL on HB 588. So HB 588 actually came to the Senate with very strong bipartisan support. It was a bill that the House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee worked on extensively, and the language that came to us was a bipartisan compromise, and I really want to commend them for their bipartisan work on such an important issue. I believe to really understand this bill, we have to put it into context. As my colleagues just mentioned, as many in this body know, truth in sentencing was passed in New Hampshire decades ago, along with many other states who also passed similar legislation. But unlike other states, according to the bill sponsor, we remain only one of 4 states that still has such a very strict policy in place. We know that around the country, what happened as a result of truth in sentencing is skyrocketing incarceration rates. And my colleague is correct that we have made great strides towards reducing incarceration rates because we know it's not effective, right? The goal is to rehabilitate folks, right? And to set them on a different course. So this is a very small next step towards that. I think since truth in sentencing has been passed, there has so much, our understanding has changed both nationally and in our state about what are the best practices in the judicial system. And what we do know is that truth in sentencing only teaches individuals in the system that the system believes them to be beyond reform. And that's very unfortunate because 93% of individuals who are incarcerated will return back to the community. And don't we want those folks to lead meaningful lives and not fall into the cycle of incarceration? Don't we want those folks to reintegrate into our communities and to be contributing members to our society once again? But what we heard is that our current system leaves individuals who are incarcerated without hope. We heard from House Committee Chair Roy that, quote, hope was a necessary factor in rehabilitation, end quote. The goal of our judicial system, as we all know, is to hold individuals accountable for what they do and how they harm our communities. But it's also to ensure that when they leave corrections, that they can be productive members of society and then avoid going back. That's the goal. And parole, what we're talking about in this bill, is such an integral part of this system. And it rewards people for doing the work and turning their life around. Parole is meant to encourage rehabilitation and reduce recidivism. That's what we want. Those are the goals. But our system can't realize those goals without the adjustments in this bill. Mr. President, this legislation would make a small but meaningful adjustment to our parole process. Now, I have so much respect for Commissioner Hanks and her staff, and I know that they have worked incredibly hard to foster environments within our correctional system and make changes to reduce those recidivism rates. It's time we do the same here in the legislature. Passing this bipartisan piece of legislation would be an important step in the right direction towards realizing the true rehabilitative mission of our correctional system. I hope my colleagues will join me to pass this bipartisan piece of legislation by overturning the ITL motion so that a different motion could be brought. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Susi, a question.
My colleague from District 15.
Senator Whitley.
In looking at this legislation and reviewing the hearing report, I think we need to make clear, would you believe that this grants no one parole? My understanding is this is simply an earlier window based on set criteria for someone to apply, but there's no guarantee of their result of their application, correct?
That is absolutely correct. They would, even if they are eligible for parole, that doesn't mean that they are going to be granted it. They would still have to go before the parole board. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. All in favor? Oh, there was a request for a roll call from Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Lang. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau. Yes. Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The motion of inexpedient to legislate passes 14 to 10, and the motion is adopted. I'm sorry, 15 to 9. Okay. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted, 15 to 9. Thank you. All right. Last bill in judiciary. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 624 FN, an act relative to federal immigration checkpoints. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. HB 624 would require that when there is a federal, not state, federal immigration checkpoint being operated by federal law enforcement officers, that the state or local law enforcement officials are required to provide some type of public notice of the federal law enforcement operation, even if the police are not actually participating in any meaningful way in that federal law enforcement operation. That's what this would do. We heard some very concerning testimony about some perhaps questioning the discretion that was being exercised at these immigration checkpoints being operated by federal law enforcement officers. However, that is an obligation. I think that's an issue that should be raised to our federal delegation. This is a federal issue. It's really not for the state to be. Why are we providing notice of what the federal government's doing in their law enforcement operations? I did not see any other examples or situations where there's any precedence where the state or local law enforcement officers are issuing a public notice to provide the public information on a federal law enforcement operation. There's a lot of comparisons to these drunk driving checkpoints. Well, I don't think that that's a fair comparison, because those are local or state checkpoints are being operated by local law enforcement officers or the state police. That's the difference. Also, in that case, again, we're dealing with state law, not federal immigration law. So what I have concerns is the precedence that this sets. If we start providing notice of federal law enforcement operations, I'm not clear why we're picking just immigration checkpoints. That can expand to some other areas of law in the future, which I have concerns about. I recall Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend, or fiance, whatever she was arrested by the FBI in this state. Would it be appropriate to publish that notice, that the FBI is going to serve that arrest warrant? I'm not sure why we're really doing this. So I suggest anyone has a concern, my recommendation is to contact the federal delegation. Let that be dealt with at the federal level, because this is a federal law issue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Prentice to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So I rise in opposition to the inexpedient to legislate motion, and why do I always start off by saying, okay, I need to stop that. So here's my concern. This is a public safety issue, and I talked about this last year, and I'm going to talk about this again this year. I come from District 5. We are the home to the largest academic medical center, the only level 1 trauma center in the state of New Hampshire, and access to that facility from Vermont, from other parts of New Hampshire, from Massachusetts, is Interstate 89. We have had, in my time on the city council, I can remember one immigration checkpoint on Interstate 89 on a really busy day, and traffic was backed up for miles and miles and miles. And I started getting calls from the public, as did City Hall, as to if there was construction, because we were undergoing a CSO, a combined sewer water overflow project mitigation. Anytime we had a part of the city where a road was going to be closed for a period of the day, a period of days, whatever it was going to be, we notified people, and it would say on the interstate, this road is going to be closed today because of this particular project. So this way, if you were coming, say, by ambulance, you were coming for a doctor's appointment, or you were coming to do business in our city, you knew, just like in any other condition, that you couldn't get through. So I see this as being exactly the same. This is a public safety issue of a different kind. If you have an emergency, you're not going to be able to get through, and you have no notice and you get stuck in that traffic, how will even someone get out to help you? So we're creating a situation that's unnecessary. I think that we should let the public know, just like we let them know in other situations, and I hope my colleagues can join me in voting against this inexpedient to legislate motion. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Whitley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to the motion of inexpedient to legislate on 624. So I just want to be clear about what this bill does. So this would require state, county, or municipal law enforcement only when informed by federal agency to provide the public with notice. So they don't have to do it on their own, only when they are told, right? So this legislation does not require them to seek out information on their own, only provide courtesy notice to our citizens once they get that information. And I think, as my colleague mentioned, notice is meant to minimize intrusion into the daily lives of our citizens, right? This is a common courtesy to the people that drive on our roads and to Granite Staters. And for that, I think there should be a little controversy, particularly because this legislature has deemed sobriety checkpoints in our state worthy of that public advance notice. Why wouldn't we view something as serious and impactful as this type of checkpoint with the same gravity? Particularly because we know that federal immigration checkpoints, federal agents stop and seize thousands of individuals traveling through our roadways without any probable cause or reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed. That's significant. Stopping folks, law enforcement is stopping folks without any reasonable suspicion that criminal activity has occurred. During this public hearing, we heard compelling testimony of firsthand lived experiences where our citizens were unjustly stopped and interrogated during these checkpoints. That's an unacceptable reality for some Granite Staters. It's a reality that federal immigration checkpoints in northern New Hampshire have been used for unlawful purposes to circumvent the New Hampshire Constitution. While it is true that immigration checkpoints are permitted, they are only permitted to prevent unlawful entry into the U.S. Yet these so-called immigration checkpoints have been used as unlawful fishing expeditions to entrap our citizens. We should all be appalled by that fact. Don't our citizens deserve the right to know about these checkpoints? I would urge my colleagues to vote against the committee recommendation of ITL so that I may offer an alternative motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Gannon to speak.
Mr. President, I find it funny we have this bill today on the day that we have 150,000 illegal aliens about to enter our country. Over the weekend, I heard Senator Hassan, when she was on the interview with Adam Sexton Sunday, say we do have a border problem in New Hampshire with Canada. I've also heard the governor say it, and we've talked about this on the floor here this year, that we know there are hundreds and hundreds of people coming through our border and not getting checked. Two things. One, the good senator from 15 mentioned they may have no reason. They may not, but they may have a good reason. They may have got a tip that some bad person, a terrorist, someone with a bomb, is coming through the border. And I'm going to trust that the federal government, which we have no reason to second guess them, they have due cause. If they think they have cause and there's a reason, I don't want them to give notice to the bad actor who's coming into the country if they have word of that they're coming. And then there's two differences which I don't think we were clear enough on. We have the roadblocks statewide, and we announce them ahead of time because they're a deterrent. We don't want our youth going out drunken, drinking and driving in the summers, and that's why we set up roadblocks. Not just the youth, but everyone. These are a whole different thing. I've been stopped at these checkpoints. I do a lot of work in the north at schools. I've driven through with my children. They're very polite. We pass right through. So I have been very happy to wait a few minutes and did not find it a grievous accumulation of my time. But the difference, again, deterrence with there, and again, with the difference with the roadblocks for the feds, they're doing it for reasons we may or may not know, and I don't want to know, because then if we tell the bad guys when the roadblock's going to be there, then they'll come the next day. Seems like common sense not to give them warning. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Lang for a question.
From District 22.
Senator Abbas, do you yield?
Thank you, Senator Abbas, for taking my question. So my question is this: we know that illegal human trafficking occurs across our borders, and by giving advance notice like this as required that this law would pass, isn't that just enabling human trafficking?
It most certainly would be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Ricciardi for a question. Senator Abbas, I had you signed up for a question or to speak.
Just a question.
Question of?
To the senator from District 15.
Senator Whitley.
And thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
If HB 624 became law, and let's just say a local law enforcement agency was notified by the federal government that they're performing their own independent immigration checkpoint roadblock, or whatever you want to call it, what is the consequence if the law enforcement agency doesn't actually make a public notice?
Thank you for the question. I'm pulling up the bill. Senator, there is no consequence in the bill. This is a courtesy thing that we, apply in the sobriety checkpoint, so there is no consequence. This is something, not every requirement comes with a consequence if violated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Whitley. Senator Abbas, is there any further discussion or questions? Second. A roll call was requested by Senator Susi and seconded by Senator Avard. Are you ready for the question? Is everybody in the room? I think everybody's in the room. All right. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. And now to the Committee on Ways and Means. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 440 FN, an act relative to the uses of Education Trust Fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 440 ought to pass with amendment. This bill updates the list of uses for the funds deposited in the Education Trust Fund to take into account new education law changes and to include funding for scholarship organizations that administer the education freedom accounts. The committee amendment deletes language on lines 18 to 20 of the bill that would have allowed the Department of Education to retain 1% of the total annual appropriation to the Education Trust Fund. The Department's administrative costs are adequately budgeted in the state operating budget. Therefore, the committee did not find appropriate to set a precedent of providing such an appropriation to an agency without directions or guardrails, thus avoiding much caterwauling. Please support the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 440. Public education has been the foundation of our society for hundreds of years, ensuring that not only our children receive an education, but also that they are taught to weave the first strands of the fabric of our communities together. Public education brings together a diversity of students who are coming from different families, from different ideals and backgrounds that ultimately make up a strong and thriving community. However, legislation such as HB 440 will dramatically and negatively impact the ability of our public schools to function appropriately, and even more concerning, their ability to continue to exist if we begin to strip away at their primary funding source, that is the Education Trust. And really, there is no such thing as the Education Trust. It's all general fund money. So wake up to the fact one of these days that the trust does not exist. I tried to get rid of the trust 20 years ago, but that was another failure on my part. House Bill 440 would redirect funds to an already $14 million over budget program like the Educational Freedom Account program. Additionally, as clearly noted in HB 440, hearing report, not a single individual signed up in support of the piece of legislation, only opposition. Our culture around public education in this state and our country faces a tipping point. The people of New Hampshire do not want HB 440. They do not want to see our public school system defunded even further through the ransacking of the Educational Trust to simply keep up with the exorbitant EFA program. Oh, sorry. Our culture around public education in this state and our country faces a tipping point. The people of New Hampshire do not want HB 440. They do not want to see our public school system defunded even further through the ransacking of the Educational Trust to simply keep within the exorbitant EFA program. And they do not want to see our state dishonor our constitutional obligation to provide a public school child with a free and appropriate education, with an adequate education, adequately funded our public school system through the resources of the Education Trust. With that, I would ask my colleagues to vote down the committee recommendation of ought to pass as amended and show their support for our severely strained public school system with an alternative motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Gendro.
Mr. President, I have a question for the good senator from District 2, if he's willing to take the question.
I am.
Does this bill reduce state funding to local schools?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity. The question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the committee amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The bill is on second reading. It's open to further discussion. Is there any further discussion on the amendment, on the ought to pass as amended motion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 440, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Roll call. Second. Senator Lang asked for a roll call, seconded by Senator Innes. We'll see if we can collect Senator Avard and Senator Murphy. All right, we're good to go. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendro.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 440 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. And now I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We're now in the late session. Are there announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Gannon.
Privilege?
Personal
Be
privilege.
brief. Thank everyone, thank Karen Susie, the staff at the Elliott Hospital, especially Meredith, my PT, great people at the Elliott, especially the rehab, fantastic people. Hopefully Lou and I don't go back there in the near future, Lou, but they are the best. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Altschiller?
Thank you, Mr. President. While we're here, there's been some breaking but familiar news today. There's another mass shooting in Denver, Colorado. 5 people are injured. 1 person is in critical condition. According to the publicly sourced nonprofit Gun Violence Archive, there have been 253 mass shootings in America to date. My hope is that we rise to the occasion and address this carnage realistically before we have to lower another flag to half-mast. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Further personal privilege. Senator Avard.
I just want to thank you and the Senate for all your prayers and for the cards and the beautiful flowers that you sent, and we're just grateful. It's nice that when somebody's hurting in this body that we all come together, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent. A number of years ago, I spoke to this body, many of you weren't here, about my grandson, the Blue Ear, who Marvel Comics made a superhero. He was born with a very, very rare mosaic trisomy 22, which indeed is in between retardation, mental retardation, and severe mental problems. Well, obviously, he doesn't have either one of them, but physically he's challenged. Today, he has gone to the University of Maine, Portland, Oregon, to participate in the Model UN meeting. He's debating. Now, here's a kid who can barely hear, who has very great deal of difficulty enunciating, and he's going to the Model UN conference, which proves to me that anything can happen if a kid has the courage and the initiative and the family backing to just make things happen, to make things happen. The Blue Ear also runs track, and his body, he's always last, but he always finishes. He always finishes because he's courageous and he's committed. And it's a great example to live by. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Further announcements or personal privileges? Senator Ricciardi.
President, for the unanimous consent to speak, I just want to wish everyone a happy Mother's Day. That's all. Have to end on a high note.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. Anyone else? So this is more of the announcements. We obviously had a 3-week hiatus. Senator Gray is doing a great job on the Finance Committee that has been working diligently during that break from sessions. So the way it would appear to me is we'll definitely meet on the 18th. The 25th, not so certain that we'll need to meet if all the FN bills are out by next Wednesday. We'll do an addendum calendar. If we're going to be able to do that, we're not going to be able to put bills on consent because of the difficulty of getting the addendum calendar done. But if we don't have to meet on the 25th, that'd be great. So we'll just have to see what happens. We'll meet on the 1st, and slight change of schedule the week of June 5th. My oldest son is getting married in Colorado on June 10th, and I've booked a flight on June 8th to fly to Colorado in the evening. So as long as everybody's good, we're going to come in on the 7th, and we'll hopefully only have to deal with the 2 budget bills, HB 1 and 2, and the capital budget. That will be the goal. We'll see what happens. So for planning purposes, that's the plan. So far for next week, we have 11 bills on the consent calendar, 9 on the regular calendar. There'll be the possibility of an addendum. So it should not be quite as long a day as today. If you can get the fiscal note bills out, we may not have to meet on the 25th. So I think, have I summarized everything pretty well? Good. Okay. I recognize Senator Carson for a motion. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent or other remarks shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate per Rule 216 and Rule 217. Is there any further business in the late session? Seeing none, I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purpose of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
I'm sure everybody's going to vote in favor of that, but please, if you are in favor of that, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.